It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Popmi, ransel, Popmi.
Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy. Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Popmi, ransel, Popmi.
Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy.
Tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy.
Tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngeri-ngeri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong! Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari.
Ini baru Trans 7.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. to change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Sentral Kargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Sentral Kargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Iklan PUBG, start gitu-gitu aja.
PUBG, Ransel, PUBG.
Biar seru nggak keputus, PUBG dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat PUBG. Seru terus kuy.
All right. Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. This is the last day of Grand Final PUBG Mobile. Still with me, Gereka, on the hardest place on IESF, Fire Stage. So, before we're going to start the game, I would like to say thank you once again to our government for supporting this event. So thank you once again for Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. Today is the last day of the Grand Finals PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. 5 match. The last 5 match today. Who's gonna get the prize? Who's gonna get the winner chicken dinner, and who's gonna win this event? So, I would like to give you another information about the previous IESF World Esports Championship host from 2009 until 2019. So we have Korea, another Korea, in 2011, Korea again, 2012, another Korea, 2013, Romania, 2014, Azerbaijan, 2015, Korea, 2016, Indonesia, 2017, Korea, 2018, Taiwan, 2019, Korea. And of course, we still have 16 grand finalists. PUBG Mobile, we have Egypt, Brazil, Jordan, Morocco, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, Korea, Brunei, Darussalam, Pakistan, Turkey, Maldives, Kazakhstan, Iraq, Sri Lanka, Chinese Taipei, and of course, our host country, Indonesia. All right, guys, let us start the first match of today. I would like to take to our beautiful caster. So please welcome once again, Chuchu and Donoviska.
Terima kasih banyak Mas Ger, that's in Indonesia, and thank you so much in English, Mas Gary Eka, and welcome to the final day of the 14th World Esports Championship Bali 2022, and in this caster desk with me, Donoviska, and also Chu, last day of the grand final. Woo, finally, we are here after a lot of things has happened yesterday.
Yeah, super excited when it comes to the final day here, who can actually pull some strings in the last minute, because we do know some teams, well, including the PMGC Grand Finals, they are not doing so well right now. So definitely they want to prove themselves in the last day. Exactly. 5 more matches to go and they're done.
Yeah, we're actually like, all of us is actually like waiting for the Grand Finals of the PMGC itself, like really showing us what they got. Not only like the Grand Finals itself though, but all other finalists from the PMGC as well. But Chichu and also ladies and gentlemen, like usual, we want to give a shout out to our sponsor here who joined in this event. So thank you so much. We have our main sponsor, which is JHL Group. And this event is sponsored by JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Grudang Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, Hydro Coco, Antis, Prosa, and also Sofel. We're also having our official telco partner, which is Telkomsel, official smartphone partner, Samsung Galaxy A series, internet service provider partner IndiHome, travel management partner HIN, hotel partner Episode Hotel, and also our beloved venue right here, right now, Marusaka Hotel, Esports broadcaster partner Minaski Global back there, Indonesia Football E-League, and also EZIT, production partner Lemon ID, and we also have our beloved media partner Trans7, Detikcom, Esports ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and also Kami Bijak.
And none other than our government support. We have to thank them as well. Kemenpora, Kemenparekraf, and KONI. And we have NOC Indonesia and Wonderful Indonesia. Now back to business we go. Speaking of the games. And do we have to... I mean, like, we have to predict, right? But I don't want to predict.
Too bad we have to predict. Because every time we predict, Chuchu, it's actually like go downfall for the team itself. Remember yesterday that you asked me that which teams that I think is gonna like in the top 3 at least, and I chose Bahrain, and afterwards Bahrain went down.
It didn't came from me.
Too
Okay, just in
bad.
case that wasn't me that searched. So
I'm sorry,
you know,
Bahrain.
we're hands off for predictions, but you know what? Our hands are tied. We have to do it anyway.
Yeah.
I'm like, sorry, teams.
I'm sorry.
And right now, our predictions for our first match. But this is not my prediction. I put it towards my manager. So anything you can blame
Really?
it, not me.
Really though? So Kazakhstan for you?
Not me. It's gonna be my manager.
yeah.
I'm being saved there.
Your manager, who can I blame here? Oh, Masger. I asked Masger. He predict for Indonesia actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I put Indonesia black here as he is. Because like, not only about the prediction though, because like I'm as Indonesia, of course, I'm really like hoping they stepping up their gameplay, especially today, especially the first couple of the games itself in this final day, because like it's gonna boost their spirit a bit.
When it comes to Indonesian team, they definitely have what it takes. It's just they have to have a bit of a push. That's it. Because we saw yesterday, they finally landed themselves a chicken. It was a big chicken as well. It's not something that's really just a standard. It feels like a bit passive sort of chicken. They got themselves quite a number of eliminations. Now, all they need to do is just having a bit of a self-confidence.
Yeah, actually, but before we jump into another discussion and also another to the first game, we're gonna refresh your mind a little bit about the information regarding this tournament. This is the tournament format. We already held the group stage or the play-ins, which consists of 19 teams. And also, top 11 teams is gonna play in this grand final alongside with Kazakhstan, Morocco, Turkey, and also Brazil that came from the regional qualifier alongside with Team Indonesia. And in this last 5 matches, we're gonna see who's gonna take the top 3 position in this tournament.
And then finally, we get our grand finals for the top 16. We got 16 this time. But for the point system, and all will be eligible for the point system as well, including the 16 plays. I'm so glad that's happening right now.
Finally.
First place is going to be the chicken dinner as usual. But it's going to be 13 to 16. Ended up with nothing or nil. It's going to be up to 8 to 12 with 1 point. The others is going to be a deduction of 2 points each until the 7th and 8th plays. Now, elimination points still going to be the same 0, which is going to be the 1 elimination points for each of the kills or the eliminations executed. So far we've seen some teams are getting aggressive, some are balanced out, some of them are a bit passive.
Yeah, and we're gonna see what kind of game is we watch today. But the prize pool though, only top 3 is gonna take the cut of the total prize pool itself. The third position is gonna take $20,000 the second $30,000, and also the champion is gonna take the half cut of the total prize pool itself, which is $50,000. And talking about $50,000, and I'm sure you're gonna take your half, your cut, not like El Doge. El Doge is actually like gonna take the whole prize cut itself. What do you gonna do with that kind of money, Juju? Actually,
I'm trying to buy a house first. I don't have a house.
Okay.
I need a house.
Okay, I'm gonna buy a house too while we're watching. See the participating teams. Actually, I believe that all of the viewers here already know Korea, Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, Iraq, Jordan, Maldives, Egypt, Pakistan, as well as Brazil, Turkey, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Brunei Darussalam, and also Indonesia as our host country.
Well, so far, I mean, like these teams that haven't played in the play-ins, we do see them having a bit of a late starter, but they are pretty good when it comes to second day. But the other teams in the play-ins, though, like the 11 top teams, definitely having a go since the start. But can they maintain when it comes to the third day, where this is where we have our overall rankings, the most crucial point at this stage. Now, 130 points garnered by the side of Kazakhstan. Brunei at second. This is where we start when it comes to the final day of the grand finals. Chinese Taipei at the third. It's actually tied with Saudi Arabia. Now, third and fourth. It's going to be no point different for now, and the fourth place going back with nothing. So they need to get it more for the side of fourth place. But Iraq still can actually chase up to the fourth and even the third place.
Yeah, actually, looking at the total points itself is with the 5 matches that left for today, all of the players or all of the team is gonna play. Is it still possible to take Kazakhstan's position, Brunei position, even Chinese Taipei position? And talking about like Chinese Taipei and also Saudi Arabia, if this kind of total points happening, at the end of the day, it's gonna be like a total nightmare for the fourth place team. But looking at the other placement though, Indonesia with 63 total points. Actually, it's still doable, but they need to make a big gameplay though in these 5 last games.
I agree. But we're down to the 11th round here. When it comes to the final day, it's going to be 5 more rounds and we are done. Back to us, Irangel, Mirama, Sano, and then back to Irangel. And we're going to close things up with Mirama for the day. Now, speaking of Irangel, we do have a couple of teams that seems to be a bit more comfortable in Irangel, especially Brunei when it comes to the first day. But you know what? They've shown us first day was a Mirama all the way, but when it comes to second day, it's going to be a lot of Irangel. But here, when it comes to the final day, I have a feeling that teams that's crazy for eliminations in day 1 and day 2 will get more chickens today because they might be balancing it out with the position rankings. Because you saw the third and fourth place, the only difference between Saudi Arabia and the third place Chinese Taipei is just the chickens and the position rankings.
Yes, actually, yes, because like they got their momentum as well to like really securing the highest total placement point, and they are also like the offensive kind of team as well, so they can manage to take a lot of elimination point later on. And also maybe usually in the last day of the grand final itself, everything can happen, right?
Yeah.
Either like this is gonna be like a very passive gameplay, or else the opposite side. A lot of teams is gonna like play it all out. But talking about like play it all out, who do you think like is gonna play it all out today, especially in the first games?
For me, for the top 3, definitely have a lot at stake here. They won't be that reckless if you compare with the other team. But the thing is, like teams like Saudi Arabia, they are one of the teams that's not predictable when it comes to certain sort of plays because they're so aggressive. They don't have a care in the world to actually be a bit more safe or not. But if you compare with the teams right now, I have a feeling that Pakistan especially, they might actually go really aggressive. They have nothing else to lose. All they need to do is having a last push. And we saw how Pakistan actually made it before, how they made it to the grand finals. They're having that one day last push, just wrap things up really clean and really swift. On the side of Egypt, it might be that possibility as well. But I do notice if the female player, Noura, playing for Egypt, they are more aggressive than ever. But when she's not playing, it feels like they're not at their max potential yet. So I'm waiting for her to actually play here today as well. So from my radar, it's going to be Pakistan and Egypt might be a bit more aggressive. But if you include with one of the team like the PMGC teams, Turkish team coming up from the 5 flags and Morocco coming up from 1 million, they might actually do something for the final day.
Yes, especially like Turkey. Now they're placed 9th for the overall rankings with 79 total points. It's not a good situation or a good placement though for Turkey itself, because as the grand finals, I do agree with you, as the grand finals of PMGC, they got their something like they have to prove in this tournament.
Their pride.
Actually, their pride is actually pride, as alongside with warming up towards the PMGC itself, right? So because like this has got to be the experience, the best experience they got, because actually like all of the opponent here are all of the enemy in this tournament. In this tournament is actually like really hard to beat to.
I agree. I mean, like, some teams are not as famous or under the spotlight or even under our radar to start with, but they have been performing such brilliant performance that nobody can actually know what they have to offer. Now, these are the challenges for the players that don't have any history or even have any review or studies regarding the teams that's never under the radar, including in this case Brunei. So Brunei haven't actually got a lot of Pro League scene. They didn't have their own PMPL, so nobody have a clue about what they can actually do to all the other teams, how the rotations are. So it's not that much data for them to actually counter-attack. But on the side of the teams like the PMGC team, including like Turks teams, and we do have the Moroccan team, even aside of Kazakhstan, they have a lot of data. A lot of the players have their data regarding their rotations, how they play, so it's easier to counter them. Now, the one they should watch out for right now are the teams that never been mentioned before.
Yeah, exactly. Except Brunei. who do you think like the team or the country is giving you so much surprise in terms of their like gameplay or the result for now? For me, is actually Chinese Taipei because I was rooting for them the entire group stage of our play-ins itself, but they didn't really manage to give surprising result as they gave us today or these past like couple of days in the grand final itself. So yeah, Chinese Taipei, especially. Actually, if we are looking back at the qualifier of the Asia itself for the IESF World Esports Championship, I casted the game. Chinese Taipei like wasn't there yet, but in this grand final, they are quite surprising. For you,
I mean, like we have different point of view entirely.
Oh, really?
I mean, she's fawning over Chinese Taipei since day one, so I totally get it.
All the way.
Me, the most unexpected teams for this time is going to be Pakistan, honestly speaking, because who would have thought they can suddenly change the things within just a click or within just a snap of finger away.
Yep.
So I have a feeling that if they want to go further, they can actually do that for Pakistan. I think Doggy also have the same sort of concept with me when it comes to the first few days of Pakistan plays.
Yep.
They're just explosive. Nobody can actually expect they can go that far. The same goes for Saudi. I mean, like for Saudi, I mean, like these are the players that are coming from R8. So I'm not surprised they can perform this much. But the teams that never ended under our radar has been so well, not just coming up Jordan. I think one of the most highlighted is going to be Pakistan. It's just, I'm not sure where Pakistan is right now because it feels like they've fallen off the chart. Out of sudden, they don't have any sort of motivation to go forward. It feels like they lost the drive. Why are they not as fiery as they were back in the play-ins?
Yeah, actually, and I feel like it same goes with Team Vietnam as well. Well, even though like they didn't really like explosive in the first days of play-ins, but the last days of play-ins is actually they really like show us what they got and really prove us wrong for the first days of like the play-ins itself. But they come out, but now in the grand final they didn't seem like having that kind of momentum yet. Especially when they play like late game rotation.
I mean, for right now, for them to have that yet, quote unquote, at the back of the sentence is a bit too late. Now, like it or not, they have to push all cylinders out today and making sure they give what they have to offer right here, right now. Because if not, they don't have enough time. We're talking about only 5 games to go. Every single elimination point is a dime. And also, they have to remember, every single time they're being knocked down or being eliminated, there's going to be 1 more point contribution towards the enemy's team, especially the teams at the 4th and the 3rd place. They cannot afford to even fight each other early game. Imagine if they're fighting against each other in the early match.
Yeah, it's going to be like very, very interesting, right? But ladies and gentlemen, and also Choo-Choo, I think the players are ready to jump into the first game of today, Erangel. So let's go back to the OG map, Erangel, as our first game of today.
So are you guys ready and get your seats buckled up? Because we're starting off on the northern side of the flight path. Coming up from the side of Jogopol up to Lipovka, it's going to be more towards on the north skewed flight path, but I have a feeling what you might have is Sonovska military base circle if it contradicts with the flight path here, because for the past few days, we have quite unusual Erangel circle, especially yesterday, the last few Erangels. It's so hard for us to actually have Sonovska military base. It's harder for us to get on the right side of Sonovska military base.
On the right side, on the right timing as well, because like when they touch it on from their rotation or their pathway is gonna be like a whole another challenge that they are gonna face, because a lot of team is gonna have a defensive or an offensive setup already and so ready to face up the enemy that is coming towards them. And we're gonna see the first circle that is gonna decide everything in this first game, and it is gonna still parted between the main island and also SMB island. Ooh, it's gonna be like pretty spicy.
Yeah, but I mean, like this is what we're expecting when it comes to the flight path just now. Back towards circle, it's definitely going to be a tough spot for the players to decide whether to go on the south or whether to go the main peninsula. Since the circle really in the center of the bridge, we never have bridge circle. What if today is the day, Dana?
What?
Too bad!
All right. Nemesis.
Wait a
This
minute.
is the nemesis.
Wait a minute. What is? Were they friends now?
Frenemy?
Frenemy?
Oh, Kazakhstan
No
and
shit.
Vietnam.
Dick, I think you have the wrong friend here, buddy. Yeah, I think you have a wrong right here, buddy. Namjin is not happy about that.
It reminds me the first days of, or the first like the first time when I was playing PUBG. Actually, it kind of happened.
Oops, wrong call.
Yeah, oops.
Oh, nice try. Cheeky tick, by the way. But back to Asada Kazakhstan, they are number one. They are number one right now. But feels like they're having so much fun here.
Yeah, actually, no pressure at all. I'm feeling them. And I feel like the Vietnam team is like sending them back home now. Sending TQ back home. And now, even though like he lost quite a big amount of the HP itself, he is still safe and sound back to home. But not with Maldives, actually.
Oh, what happened to Toxin? We really need to have a bit of a glimpse on the side of Maldives. Feels like they're having a bit of a unfortunate moment with drowning himself. I'm not sure if he's being shot down or definitely just bleeding out. Somebody got him through, but nobody's actually gone at the point. So it might be just a self-accident going on. Back to sort of a 1 million of Morocco. So these are one of the teams that we have a lot of expectations to. But you know what? Maybe the pressure getting onto them right now. So maybe they just want to have a last push. Back to us at Brunei.
Yeah.
So if you guys are in live right now have no clue what's going on. Yesterday I read it out for Brunei, predicted them to actually get chicken. That's the moment they got themselves 13th place too soon. And thank you, Azim, for the president of Brunei Esports Association tagging me like, please, Chu, don't predict us. So I will not predict Brunei at all today. If it coming up from my choice, it's going to be my manager's fault, it's not me.
Okay, so everybody got to order us as a shotcaster to not predict for them, to not rooting for them. All right then, so they gotta avoid the jinx here. But talking about the 1 million team, Morocco, and also a lot of expectation that is going on that we actually had in the first place. This event or this like tournament is actually like teach me a lot about expectation that we actually like don't have to have like any expectation at all towards the teams now, because like all of the expectation is ruined entirely in the first from the first very days of the grand final itself.
Just the players, Donna, really?
Yeah. What do you mean?
That's too deep, Donna. It's a bit too heavy for us in the morning for this talk. Expectations and life.
Oh my God.
Wow, what a day. What a topic to start with for our grand finals. But back to us, our match here. Brazil now. Brazil's first day has been quiet. Second day, explosive.
Yeah.
And what are we expecting when it comes to today? Can they get more as they're pushing themselves quite an okay position when it comes to overall rankings? They are placing at 7th. But if you compare with the first and second day is more to its consistency. They got balanced out when it comes to eliminations and the position. But for some teams like Saudi Arabia, they have explosive number of elimination, but it's just so hard for them to land any chicken. They are the only team that actually, if considered the points with the top 3 here, they might actually place at 3rd place as well.
Yeah.
The only team in the top 3 or even top 4 that don't have any chicken.
Yes, actually, we have to remember that Chinese Taipei is the 3rd position right now, got the same total points with Saudi Arabia, and like you mentioned earlier, Chushu, the only like difference between them is actually like about the winner chicken dinner or chicken, and also like the elimination point, I believe.
Yeah, the elimination point's more towards side of Saudi Arabia. But for this format, if they have a tie, the first thing we look over is going to be chicken dinner.
Yeah.
How many amount of chicken dinner? If it's the same, we're going to see the ranking points. Then only we're going to look over the elimination points. Now, for the Saudi side, this is why I mentioned earlier, I have a feeling that Saudi might actually focus on towards chicken. Because if they got themselves chicken, even if they tie, they might match up with China Chinese Taipei
Yes.
in the last minute.
Yes, exactly. And I know that they noticed this already, so they're gonna run for the chicken dinner and also more elimination point or more stable, consistent placement point now. But talking about this first circle like this, Juju, and also like the drop spot that the teams has actually like I noticed in this grand final, none of the teams is actually like taking SMB and also Novo Repnoye as their drop spot in the first match or the earlier game. And with this kind of circle, do you think it is wise for some of the teams to really touch down in the SMB Island first thing first before waiting for the next circle to determine where they are gonna go?
For me, it's best to wait until the third circle, really, because unless you have your own initial drop spot in the SMB or maybe in this case Nova Repnoyers, but it's like because the circle can ping pong all the way back up, right? It's gonna be a hard shift to the main island or main peninsula back towards the SMB. So it's best to wait it out first, because if you happen to be traveling towards SMB, yeah, you might get the circle if it happens to be you, but it depends on luck. Still gonna be 50% of chance.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if it's not, you have to go back towards the main island, or it might be choked during your transition towards the bridge.
Yeah.
So it's best to just get the 50-50 moment only once instead of 2 times. Yeah, you're going in, it's already 50%. You're risking your entire team and jeopardizing about what's at stake here.
Yeah.
And if you're going back again, that's going to be 50-50. It might add up to 100% of failure if you add things up.
Yeah. It's more effort to do. Actually, yeah, if you touch down to the SMB Island area, first thing first in this kind of circle, especially like the part way is actually more bigger. The parting in terms of the circle is actually more bigger towards the main island itself rather than the SMB Island itself. So yeah, we're gonna see the second circle where they are gonna toast for now in the last 15 seconds as we witness Maldives movement after the earlier kinda odd experience that they had.
For the side of Iraq, they are. I have a feeling they might actually bridge camping here on the. Oh, there you go. Still 50-50. Are you kidding me? I have a feeling we might end up on top of maybe Ferry Pier, maybe or even around the outskirts of it. If they want around Primorsk, possibly or Quarry. But this might be a higher percent of chances that we're having over main peninsula circle.
Yeah.
Feels like it because. If they want our SMB right now, I mean, I will be hard shifting to that part. I have no clue. But around the bridge area on the left side of the map here, we're talking about just on the outskirts of Ferry Pier. It might be one of the choking points for the teams because we saw how concentrated it was in the center of it. There will be like 2 teams already in the center, including Iraq. So we do know Iraq is aggressive when it comes to early fight, especially.
Yes, exactly. And talking about like the thing that we discussed earlier, Chuchu, I think that Vietnam and also Team Brazil doesn't have the same mindset as we discussed earlier because seems like they want to do the rotation towards the SMB Island, and I believe they will meet soon because the previous medium map that we saw, the mini map that has been popped bigger, a little bit bigger. I call it medium map, and then
medium map.
Yeah, medium map, and then I saw that Storm or Team Brazil and also Team Vietnam got their way or their rotation side by side actually.
I mean, like, for them, they can go for the yo-yo sort of rotation. This is what we call, like, going in and out again. At the same time, it just shows high possibility they want to come in very late. So, high chances they might actually get into the safe zone around the 5th or the 6th circle, or even late 4th. But I'm not expecting Brazil and also Vietnam coming in that early, especially Vietnam. We do know they are a bit conservative and taking their own sweet time to get into the circle. But the Brunei's is a different story. And the Pakistan, like we mentioned earlier, might try to get really aggressive. They got nothing else to lose, and they have the firepower. But in the meantime, Vaz is alone, being cornered by the rest of the Brunei team, Piassau. And also, if I'm not mistaken, with Newbie or Chewy just now, Shako on the outskirts, on the outdoor. But for Ferropin, how can they save their mate here?
Yeah, and I think like Team Pakistan's movement or the backup itself, like it's quiet on time, and we see that Daku is gonna be like baiting out the players from Team Brunei, or he can like move back up and also open the pathway to bailing out the war between Pakistan and also Brunei Darussalam, because I think this is not a good or unhealthy situation for a team that needs so much point for now.
But I mean, like, Vaz might actually be the bait for
Yeah.
Pakistan, because the rest of the teammates are nowhere to be seen. Look at how Daku plays himself. Might be the support fire coming up from the back or even the flank if they want to. Now Vaz, all he needs to do, he keeps on moving around to confuses the side of Team Brunei to make sure they won't try to pin him down too early. On the side of Leif, Arthur, we're taken out with a very long distance shot. That's going to be like almost 150 meters away. Leif with M416 taking out on Arthur. And straight away, Egypt having a rough start here. Krona will be hunted down by Leif. He's going to go on the flank side, tossing out a couple of smokes to make sure that nobody coming up from the flanks, the other side of a flank. But the circle happened to pop as well. I didn't mention about Ferro Pierre. It's going to be it. I feel it's going to be there. And definitely the teams on the side of SMB have to migrate. But back to Asasawi and Ragnarok. How will they help Leif to just rack things up here?
Yeah, this is it. The big fight between them, and not only about Egypt and also Jordan, but Pakistan. Daku, as the opening way, he spotted one man from one Chinese Taipei or one esports team. Chinese Taipei team. Now, a lot of the players has been running around Daku himself, but opening up the fire doesn't really make it out the damage quite effectively towards the players from Chinese Taipei.
Now, this is a bit of a problem coming from Daku and the rest of Pakistan team, because they are in the center. They might attract too much attention here. And even they are trying to nitpicking when an M16 is just not so great with that recoil. Your damage output is quite decent, but when it comes to controlling the barrel, it's going to be a bit of a problem. And not just that, Daku do have some utilities to work with, but not much of a first aid. If he's been rushed down, it's going to be a problem for Daku. Hong will spotted out by the side of Daku. It's giving the pressure towards the Chinese Taipei, but Hong is just going to be baiting around the corner, just going to be lurking around, making sure that Daku keep the pressure on so they give away the position. And the worst part is Pakistan is just so separated among themselves, and the way they position is a bit awkward, it's a bit peculiar, it's a bit odd. If they want, we can feel it's uncomfortable in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. They need to choose whether this is gonna be like Brunei or also Chinese Taipei, because eventually both of the teams or both of the enemy of the team Pakistan already know their position for now. But back to the position of the Saudi Arabia and also Egypt, I think he gonna left their hang and dry, bleeding out of the life himself, and gonna be the elimination for Team Saudi Arabia, while the other teammates of his is gonna take or gonna search for the next part.
Piassau, the DBS. All he needs to do is waiting for somebody to open the door. Piassau saw the corners, already a couple of shots released, and here comes another barrel. Payne tried to just ring around the Rosie, and that's going to be Vaz down first. Piassau with a DBS, trying to get another go. Will be a double down indeed with newbies help him. Piassau and the rest of Brunei gonna rush in, they go for the flush. My goodness me, Pakistan really has nothing else to lose, and they lose everything right now. Down to Daku. What a Kobe! Oh, Chewy, ratting things up with an explosion.
So many costs to pay here for Team Pakistan. Quiet, awkward position, and they have to pay for it. And Team Brunei got the timing so perfectly, I think, to initiate a war towards Team Pakistan now. And back towards the Team Saudi Arabia after they meet Team Egypt. Now Indonesia is going to be their next enemy or going to be their next victim, as we witnessed the hardship that has been happening in the fourth circle now towards very Pier area. And it's going to be like a big chaos happening in the northern area of the circle itself.
In northern part, it's actually the furthest away from the circle. Half kilometers, it's going to be 500 meters, 505 to be exact, coming up from the Indonesian team. Indonesian team, they're taking a fight against the side of Saudi Arabia, but we do have the Moroccan team as well. Two big teams that's really aggressive in the left and right corners of Indonesian team. Now they have to build that one out, because if not, they might be sandwiched if they keep the consistent of trying to commit to the fight too long. Sri Lanka, we do have them trying to fight against Vietnam team. Now, you did mention about Vietnam was on the SMB before.
Yeah.
But they are quite early coming into Fairpier this time.
Yes, exactly. Because like they swimming earlier than the other team and managed to take Sri Lanka down now. And Sri Lanka only left with 3 men standing with 0 elimination point. But the coastal area, the Jordan and also Chinese Taipei meeting up each other now in the beach area. And they need to really think which spot to take because it's so open. And Jordan, even though they managed, or Gaga managed to take 1 man down, he is very, very low in HP.
Too many eyes on the side of Egypt just now. First team, one of first few to be eliminated with the hands of not just Jordan, not just Brunei, another team as well. I think Chinese Taipei aiming them for as well. Shako, one of the most important entry fragger coming out from the side of Brunei, spotted a Ragnarok, he pop up a couple of smokes, and Shako going on the high grounds, trying to spot out Ragnarok. That smoke really going to dissipate in a couple of moments, but there's a shack for Ragnarok to hide himself there for a bit. He's going to be safe for now, reset himself. Just going to put up to a couple of band-aids and first aid to work with. Back towards Sri Lanka. And we're looking over side of Brazil. Ooh. This is not a nice spot. We've seen this before, and Brazil just put themselves in an awkward position. We do have, coming up from Kazakhstan, taking the fight against the side of South Korea. Nunes swimming in, going to spot it out in Hong and Chinese Taipei. Now, Chinese Taipei, if they're not careful, they might be executed in the hands of Brazil as well. Oh, Hong. Oh, burn, baby, burn.
Oh my God, this is not only for Brazil in terms of awkward position, but also Chinese Taipei. Because Hong, as the terrain is a little bit hard to control around him, and he can be revived, but not with Team Brazil. But in the revived position, initiation, Huo Xuan cooked the grenade, and I think it's going to be like a perfect grenade, but not perfect spot. Only giving up the Team Brazil a little bit of splash damage itself, but Huo Xuan as the player or the frontliner, this is an awkward position for him. But Shardo managed to get or give the backup fire really effectively.
Feels like this is not going as a plan for the side of Chinese Taipei, and Huo Xuan a bit awkward. Just being knocked down there, even though they got traded for 1 player. Sven try actually revive his mate and carry them up. There's really good friendship going on for the side of Brazil. It's quite rare for us to see the players carry each other out. So it's going to be one of those times. Zeno tried to give support fire while they're trying to have a bit of a time and space to reassess the situation for Brazil. But for the side of one team, coming out from Chinese Taipei, I don't think they want to commit here, but here comes Seven, tossing out the net within 50 meters. It might be a Kirby, bleeding out, taking on one on Horse Run. Shark can do it. Changfu and Shark now, kind of stuck in the rut. They're being hammed down by Indonesian and Iraq on the other end. Chinese Taipei, they're still committed to this fight.
Yes, this is going to be like do or die situation for Chinese Taipei, because eventually they need to move out from this very peer area and this very exact position. And with that, they didn't really want to be bait out or step backed by Team Brazil themselves. But Team Brazil, though, moving as a unit, as a 3 swimmer now, hoping for them to really make it out alive now. But Chinese Taipei still waiting for them out there.
Everything looks very fishy on the other end, but okay. Saudi Arabia versus side of Kazakhstan. That's Kitan. They're spotted out 6. Who's backstabbing from behind? Titan coming out from the side of Kazakhstan. 6 taking on Esketan. Another double down. Puncher this guy. No stopping him since yesterday. What a nice play coming up the coordination of Kazakhstan. What a nice chemistry. It's just so flawless how they just organized that side of a rush.
Yeah, the MVP from Kazakhstan, Puncher, being still the MVP for them for his teammates as well. But now this is an awkward position for Puncher because Solkay is spotted him down, and also as well as Prestige. And I think this is gonna be like the timing for Team Turkey, as Solkay already know his position. It's gonna be like a cooked grenade onto or towards Puncher. And here we go. The first toss is gonna be like on point onto Puncher, and it is not. But there is some counter grenade has been tossed towards Solkay, and now the calm before the storm.
Oh, but Chua, it's not that calm anymore here, Donna. I feel like he have to run for his life. So stay on the ground. Amore wrapped things up with a jump shot. It's going to be Chua being bailed out, and it's going to be him and the rest of Vietnam saying goodbye and just rushing to the lobby. But wait! What? Wait! Kazakhstan eliminated
by Eddie.
But how? They fought it and they won just now. That's why we don't predict them. Because it's what happened when you predict them.
We're gonna stop predicting to everything now.
You were with Chinese Taipei, right?
Yeah.
They still got 2 players.
Yeah, still 2% lah. Two
Still
players
survive, so it's a
yeah.
good thing. So it's a good thing.
Still okay. But not okay though for Team Vietnam and also Brazil that coming from the SMB island itself. It's been like a hard journey for them, and it's gonna be like a hard journey as well for the teams in the southern and also the southeast area of the circle itself, because the hardship is there. And I'm sorry, Chinese Taipei once again.
Oh, we're both sorry. Yeah? I'm not so sorry. It's gonna be my manager saying sorry to you guys.
Okay.
But back to the side of Brunei. Now they're having it to go, and we do witness the side of Morocco and actually got himself in the center of a map and a circle. Lazy Boy with the DBS. Around the Rosie with Maldives. Getting on one with Eddie. Lazy Boy with another DBS. Now swapping over down 4-1-6. Spraying over Mori in a tough position. He got stuck there. There's no way one team decimated by the hands of Morocco.
Oh my god, Mori almost saved himself up, but the enemy saying no. And now the 6th zone, the 6th circle, we're gonna witnessing the battle between 6 teams remaining as Turkey. Turkey, be really careful because Brunei is here. Brunei is back, baby, I think, because they seem so on fire. 8 elimination point, 9 even now after they took down the players from Team Jordan. And now we're down with only 5 teams.
Saudi won't last that long. I have a bad feeling for them with their one last player. Same goes for Brunei, slowly being taken off one by one, but the team across them is being knocked down. Quite a number. Newbie stuck in the left, right, and center. Their shots coming up for him. So okay with the Scar L. Tried to just hide around his Dacia, but Sankei finished off Newbies. In the meantime, there are 3 players for most of the team, except for the Moroccans. They got themselves the advantage of numbers. Sankei with Mini 14, trying to spot out whoever is actually across them. It's going to be 2 teams, Saudi Arabia and Brunei. Chewy started to move, reposition himself, but Reva taking on Solas. Iraq is still on the run and still hunting down.
Yes, and Fire Flags or Team Turkey gotta be really careful because the next Greenet is gonna bombard in the Team Turkey now. And the following up Greenet is gonna opening or messing up with the defensive with Team Turkey. But Revado spotted, one man went away from the war.
Reva, Golden and Volt. They want to widen up the spread here to gain more information. Piazza coming up from the back line. He's going to be the playmaker and the game changer for the entire team of Iraq. Now, Reva and the rest of Iraq have no clue. They're being scouted out on the flank side. Yeah. They're going straight into the Turkish territory. There goes the first nade, greeting them with open arms and open fires. It's going to be coming out from Fire Flags of Turkey, taking the fight head on. We do have the Bruneians still stay quietly. Golden cooking up another nade. Volt and the rest of Iraq. They're closing off by the blue. Here comes Piazza from the flank side. Soke still covered by the smoke. The moment the smoke dissipates, everything will be clear. Marshall shot down on Shako. Morocco taking a fight with the Bruneians. Iraq versus Turkey. It's going to be a crossfire here, Donna.
Yes, crossfire, but Morocco though managed to initiate a war. First thing first between them and also Team Brunei, because Senkai already know the position of the Team Brunei itself, but the big fight is not here yet. They are still setting themselves up, but not with Morocco, because they able to take Piazza down, and now Brunei left only with 1 man left.
Less than 300 meters apart, these teams are trying to take down on their backside. Chapo just keep the tapping on. Just keep the pressure to the side of Iraq with 1 player left. They can't revive their teammate. And try to reset in the meantime, reassess, and have it another go for Iraq. DBS in Lazy Boy's hand. He's just going rampage, but Lutz finally shutting him down. Marshall with a DP28, taking on our side of Turkey. And plays himself at 4. We're down to 3. It's going 3v1 while the Brunei is bleeding out. But can he clutch this for the last player of Brunei? Or Marshall tried to save Lazy Boy, or Chopper and Sankei. It's actually having a different spread entirely, different angle to work with, but they're not right in the circle.
Oh my God, that was a beautiful split coming from Team Morocco as they able to take man from Team Iraq as Pia Saudo is eliminated. Brunei only left with Chewy, but Iraq is gonna initiate a war between them, and also Marshall, I think, because Marshall is gonna be like a front laner for a Team Morocco, but Reza is gonna be the sneaky assassin and an information giver towards the other enemy, towards the other teammates of Iraq.
Reva is just right across Marshall. They are just 10 meters apart. In the silhouette, he spotted out Marshall, but Reva didn't have any more healing items. All that separated is just that one Dacia, but the laser given away his position for Marshall. Reva slowly crouching in. But it's just too late, Marshall! Pick up and surprise! Iraq down to Volt! It's gonna be Morocco's gone, it's in the back! And it's gonna be Chewy! Finish off Iraq! Chewy, 2v1! Can he clutch it with an M416? For the tempo! Almost knocked down! My goodness me, he cooked so long! Marshall next! It's gonna be one more with just a red dot scope! Chewy tried to clutch for the entirety of Brunei!
Yes, and now Chewy gotta heal himself up, and it's gotta be like a double pick coming from Morocco if they want to avoid the clutch from Chewy, but Chewy down with a little health. But Marshall know the exact position of Chewy, throwing the Molotov and also some of the other utility as well. And Chewy, can he clutch it? There's a moment because El Chapo is approaching them. Not only El Chapo, but the other teammates from Morocco. Gotta save the winner chicken dinner in this opening match. Congratulations for Morocco! Finally! Yeah!
It's their first ever chicken dinner. They got themselves quite a statue to, put themselves that sort of a responsibility. I'm surprised how late their chicken is today.
Yeah, actually. Oh my God. But yeah, big again finally for Team Morocco. They show us and they prove us that they are a 1 million team, actually. But again, top 2 again for Brunei. It's a quite big number in terms of like total points that they got now.
It is so consistent. One of the most consistent team when it comes to the IESF, and it comes to like, it's just so hard to bring them down. I mean, like they know so well when it comes to the best thing about Brunei is if you actually notice when the more critical the situation is, the better they get.
You're right.
Especially their placement. I'm like, how can they be so calm about where to go next, how to peak? While the other teams are always like flustered or kind of panic. Like in case of Iraq, they're kind of in the center of everything. They don't know. Problem with Iraq is always the same problem as well. When it comes to critical condition, they get a bit panicky. It's a reverse with Brunei.
Yeah, and while we're gonna watch the highlight for now and gonna rewatch all of the good things that happening and the starting point between Kazakhstan and also Vietnam. But talking about Brunei though, like you mentioned, they really well in terms of like doing a war under the pressure. And what I noticed as well from Brunei is every player is actually able to do something big for the team as well.
Everybody can clutch.
Yeah, everybody can clutch.
Even though we do see a lot of numbers coming out from Shackle.
Yeah.
He always been the entry fagger, like how we see Iraq coming out from Karlaga, right? But Volt is always the one closing up. In this case, everybody, like you mentioned, everybody have the same expectation. Nobody is like a superstar player. Everybody is like carrying out the same burden. And the best part is every single time they're left with only 2 players, they're still going to survive to the top 3.
Yeah, or the top 2 even, with only 1 man left. But Morocco, though, they also like didn't have a quiet, smooth way into or towards the late game or the end game as well. They need to move like bit by bit and also like securing the compound. And this is gotta be like the spot, the winning spot for them, because the compound itself, like opening up the vision and also opening up the information towards all of the enemy out there perfectly, I think.
And not just that, the DBS did work wonderful for them. It's just an incredible weapon. That DBS is always a game changer this day. It used to be Micro Uzi once upon a time. It used to be AWM once upon a time.
Long ago.
And now it's gonna be, you know what, might actually just do the airdrop items, the DBS. It used to be like that once upon a time.
Once upon a time, but 321 Pro use
Wow.
Finally, we got to see some big throw has been used again in this game, and it shows us kind of like everyone or every team tries really hard to really survive, so they got to get the top 3 position in this tournament.
The truth is, I think mostly more than half possibly be the smoke first, because we saw so many smokes in between. But I'm loving the fact that they are taking a lot of smoke, a lot of throws this time compared with the play-ins.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a game changer when it comes to rotating and surviving for them. But for the elimination-wise, it's not as much as we expected it to be. The 60s will be great, but this time, I mean, like, it was kind of hard for some teams that are being dropped out from the blue zone or even be shot down quite early. So it's just almost impossible to get a lot of players to be shot down and all the players being shot down.
Yeah, the blue zone and also the hard shift though was really challenging for the players themselves. 10 total headshots is actually like kind of high also in this game. 64 total knocks out, and also Gaga again from Team Jordan managed to take the longest distance elimination with 300-ish meter in terms of distance. But here we go. Team Morocco managed to take 14 elimination points for them. This is the biggest, of course, but Brunei though 11 total elimination points, and only Morocco and also Brunei that got double-digit elimination points.
This is great news for Brunei. Definitely, I have a feeling they might push themselves up when it comes to overall ranking points. It might actually at number 1 right now.
Yeah, because Kazakhstan, right?
Kazakhstan eliminated quite early with only 4 points there. Same goes for Chinese Taipei, who secure only 4 points. Now, this definitely gives a lot of a push, a big impact for Morocco when it comes to overall rankings later. They were in the top 10 before. Now, with this sort of a play, I still feel like they are in the top 8, but not in the top 5 just yet, but might be pushing up there. But the side of Kazakhstan, they cannot afford to too soon anymore. This one time is enough, they cannot have it anymore. But back to the side of our MVP from 1 million team, which is going to be the representative of the side of Moroccan player, Sankai.
Sankai has pocketed 5 total elimination points with on par quite of damage here, 500-ish heals, only 167, and also of course surviving until the end. And Sankai is actually like the one who take the second level position in the last compound that they got, right? The outer, and then he managed to like get the information towards the Brunei.
He's never indoors.
Yeah, never indoors.
He's always outdoors. Same goes for I think one more player. Not just Sankai, one of his partners doing the same thing as well. But I do notice they have a lot of DBS, by the way.
Yeah.
For the side of Morocco, it's like a lot of DBS plays just now.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a game changer. But when it comes to Miramar, next one is going to be different, right?
Yeah, exactly. Miramar is going to be like our second game of today. But before we jump into the second game of today, of course, we're going to have a little break for you guys. But before that, we're going to toss it back to our amazing host to greet you once again. So Mas Gary Eka, take it away.
All right, congratulations again for Morocco to get the first chicken dinner of the day. And this is the first game. So we still have more games, more exciting things, and more bullets to come. So don't go anywhere. We will have a commercial break after this. But one question, like usually you guys are ready? My fellow Indonesian people, my lovely Indonesian people, buah-buah apa yang gak pernah bener? Buah-buah apa yang gak pernah bener? Salak! Salak! After this, still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. to grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oles Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oles Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth and this.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Grand Final. Last day, PUBG Mobile still on fire stage, and here we are. The second game of the day. Who's gonna be the winner? Who's gonna be the one who get winner chicken dinner? So, ladies and gentlemen, after the grand final, we will have another exhibition match. We have 3 more matches with para gamers players, so don't miss it. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. So let us start the second game of the day. I would like to ask the caster. Oh, already ready. Okay, so please welcome once again Chuchu and El Doge.
Thank you so much, Masger. What an amazing day we have today, because this is the last day of the grand final. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Esports Championship 2022 with me, El Doge, and also
Choo-choo. It's always choo-choo. There will be a lot of choo-choo today, guys. Just saying.
Yeah. 4 games, right? You do the cast today.
Don't remind me.
Don't remind. All right. We are back to the game. The first one is quite amazing. Morocco with a 14 elimination.
Finally.
We expect a lot from that nation because 1 million is actually one of the participants for PMGC and they did it quite well for the first game. But before we are going to the second one, another jinx, maybe. Prediction. Chichi, want to go first?
Oh man, guys, stop bashing us, please. We can't help it. We got a jinx towards the teams, okay? This is not from me. Don't blame it on me. It's gonna be, I think, a Turkey. Turkey. I'm sorry, Turkey.
But you know what?
Yours?
According to my track record, when it comes to my prediction, at the beginning of the day, it's quite good. But when it comes to the late time of the day, like the 4th or 5th match, it is disaster. So I hope my nation, Indonesia, will give their best at Miramar. If they do not doing that well, yeah, I hope I'll still be here tomorrow.
Stop justifying yourself. Stop justifying yourself. I have a bad feeling for both teams right now.
No.
I mean, like, sorry guys, but it happens. I mean, like, we have magic. In a bad way.
In a bad way. It is not in a good way, but it's in the bad way. But again, it's only a prediction for you guys at home. You also can support your team, your nation, by the hashtag, by the commentary, anything you can support because this is the last day. After this, there will be top 3 teams that will regain the champion, the victory, and also gaining more rich, I guess. A lot of money is at stake for about 100,000 bucks.
At least they get to go around Bali and flexing their cash.
Oh, yeah.
You get the money, you get $1, you know? For some of them, they get to experience Bali, but a bit broke.
Yeah. Still though, it's still experience in Bali, but yeah, from your own money then.
Oh, man. But back for the games now. Seriousness in the game. We're seeing so many teams trying to do something extraordinary, but feels like it's a bit awkward. Like in case of, we do know so many teams have been so well when it comes to players, right? But when it comes to the grand finals, is it their nervousness? Is it just the pressure mounting up by the players? Or is it just the circle and the flat path? I think the circle and flat path have been very generous the past few days.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, especially for the second day. A lot of circle are really generous to all the players. I think one of the most impact reason, like you already mentioned earlier, is about the pressure. It's only top 3 teams that will gain the prize pool. They will gain the best pride of PUBG Mobile when it comes to the World Esports Championship. I think that is the most important thing that impact them a lot when it comes to the gameplay. We can say a team like Saudi Arabia, then maybe Jordan, Iraq. Iraq is on a good track right now, but team like we already mentioned earlier, they still not playing their best up until today. Even maybe 1 or 2 games they can gain a lot of points, but when it comes to in total, they're not in a stable or consistency according to their gameplay or collecting a lot of points.
What do you think is the reason, though? The main reason behind how they are not performing as much? Is it really changes of dynamic when you add in the 5 different teams right now? Or is it just, you know, all their mindset here?
I think mindset, because back again to the pressure. I know adding 5 teams more is actually changing all the things because they usually played for the maximum 13 teams. Now they are playing for the full 16 teams. So maybe that's one of the reasons, but I hope they are still playing their best because we are going to the second game of the day, Miramar, my favorite map. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking of which, we don't have the view. Now, finally, we got
Finally.
it. Thank you so much, Observer. You guys have been amazing. Amazing. Without the Observers, we won't have all the scenic moment and also the Hollywood moment of some fights.
Oh.
Definitely. On flight path this time, we do have Toriaha Humada down to Valdemar. But Circle, I have a feeling, we might actually comprise of Power Grid, Graveyard, even Minas Generalis. It has been very generous the past few days. But on the northern side, there's so many teams dropping out quite early.
Even Campo Militar, this is quite unique, and I really want to discuss about Brazil. Brazil, I think they are a strong contender when they already knew what is the exact position they want to get at a certain time, because when it comes to the previous game, I saw that Brazil only do the repositioning, only do the rotation, and I think it costs them a lot. Even when they need to swim across the island again to the main island, it really gives them a bad impact. So I think Brazil, right now they just need to confirm where is the exact position they need. But I think today is different, Chuchu. The circle is going towards the southwest part of the map, which is not occupied by a lot of teams, because earlier we saw a lot of teams already dropping down towards the northern side. So team like Sri Lanka, even more than 2 kilometers, they need to move.
I mean, like, they can take their own sweet time and try to build up their loot since they are already that far.
Oh, yeah.
Don't have to rush right now because everybody is quite having the mindset to just rush in, then it's going to be really chaotic at first. But coming up from the southern part, including Vietnam team, I think there's one more team around there somewhere. It's really high firepower, who happens to be dropping on top of Chumacera at first. Previously it was Vietnam. Now they have to give away the position based on the previous few matches. Early on, we do have a bit of a battling moment coming up from Andy of Maldives and one more team. I think that's going to be coming up from Kazakhstan, maybe Egypt. It's going to be Egypt, no, Iraq.
Iraq, yeah.
Kalaga, it's
Again,
Kalaga. It's Kalaga.
It's the classic Kalaga. I mean, he's one of the most close combat, or the most confidence players when it comes to shooting towards the other enemy or the other opponents. But I think Iraq, they know they have the chance to go towards the top 3. Right now the regroup already happened, but one player is so close, and Eddie, what a good shot with hip fire, but the backup coming from Iraq to Vaz. Eddie even not having any time to get the elimination. Even Iraq still can revive his teammates. So intact with full manpower again for Iraq.
Close enough. He almost clutched it for Kalaga, but he's just 1 second away because he needs to jump down from vehicle.
Yeah.
Because of that delay to jump down from that vehicle, make it such a game changer for him. The side of Maldives, still, they lost one man quite early on. Not sure what's happening. It's going to be versus Iraq just now. But it was the same case. I think it was Toxin from Maldives as well in the first match today that they lost it quite early on, right?
Yeah, really unfortunate, I think, for Maldives. Even in our break time, I asked to Chucho and don't know what happened to Maldives. I don't know, maybe a lot of pressure or some kind like that, because I do not see the emotion that they can having anymore or boost their spirit when it comes to the break. So I hope that Maldives will find again the spirit for them, because sometimes, or even for often an occasion when it comes to Maldives, we saw that they can play well. They can play well. Even at play-ins, they are quite dominating when it comes to the second day, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we'll see later, because Maldives still have 3 players. They are at the center of the map. We are moving towards the northern side, which is La Cobreria, Egypt right now. Playing there, quite far from the circle, but it is still reachable, especially a lot of vehicle at La Cobreria. So I think, they're still good.
Egypt, Maldives, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Vietnam. These are the teams that have nothing else to lose right now. Hence, I was hoping for Pakistan to really rank up when it comes to the grand finals. Speaking of which, you mentioned just now how Maldives can be better, but I have a feeling that Maldives already improving so much within just a few days. The one that really being fallen off behind is going to be Pakistan and also Egypt. They used to be good in playoff. Right now, they're just nowhere to be seen.
To be honest, when it comes to Egypt, I do not know what is the exact factor that makes them not too well performing at the grand final. But for Pakistan, I think the bold movement coming from them, want to go toward the circle, without a lot of calculation, especially for the grand final, it's the main problem. Because most of the time, Pakistan players are being eliminated by their rotation, getting shot by a lot of players inside the circle. And, when it comes to the play-ins, they only play for maximum 13 teams. So I think a lot of rotation, a lot of path, they still can get it, they still can use it. But when it comes to the grand final, moving too bold like that made Pakistan right now at a 15th position.
Feel like because of the addition of 5 teams coming out from the grand finals makes so many teams, including the teams down there, especially teams down there, a bit uncomfortable. It took them quite a long time to adapt to the play-ins, so they need extra time. But the problem is, some teams, when one team, even the addition of one team, will change the dynamic of the drop spot and their rotation as a whole. Imagine it's 5. Now, they are not comfortable where they're at for Pakistan and also our teams that are including even Jordan. Jordan is just so quiet for the past few days. Yeah, we do see Leif do some plays, but it's not as much if you compare of how well they did in the play-ins. But the one that actually rising up their occasion is going to be Saudi Arabia, honestly speaking, because they have been so good when it comes to the grand finals itself.
I mean, when it comes to the grand final,
And even Iraq. Sorry,
even Iraq. So I think for the grand final, it is so limited for about the games. It's only 15 games, and I think even though you lost some of the games, when you can bounce back by a huge amount of points in one game, like what Saudi and also Iraq did, I think it still can help you to go towards the top 5 position, because it's kind of not stable so far. Even Kazakhstan just stepping up at the second day. Brunei, even though they are quite dominating for about 3 games, then 4th and 5th they got too soon. So I think it is quite different when it comes to the play-in. Play-in, Saudi Arabia with 300 points, it's already, 100% sure they're going to the grand final. But when it comes to the grand final, I think the distribution of power is still changing every game up until now.
Is it really because I feel like when it comes... Okay, we did have this conversation earlier, okay. A lot of you guys might actually notice a lot of the Arab teams or the Middle East team actually up there. One of the many reasons they are very masculine in nature when it comes to flexing their alpha male on that side. Back to our Chinese Taipei, though, it's going to be a bit of a problem. It's versus Turkey. Oh, boy, I'm not loving this. It's too early. It's too early.
Yeah, it's too early. I think Turkey want to move from San Martin, but at the same time, they met the movement also coming from Chinese Taipei. But I think both of the parties not in a good situation, especially Chinese Taipei, because the active player is actually at the lower ground. If Catch and also Soulless doing a good proactive movement right now to catch up where is the exact position from Turkey players, from China's type of player, this will be a big problem, a tough situation for them. Hong being spotted, but the smoke still there. Shark already being revived. Soulless is searching where the exact position from the Chinese Taipei. There's a blind shot towards the smoke, but there is no any connect from the bullet. Or even Shark, what a good shot.
That was a clear shot.
That was a very good shot. It is a one-way from the smoke. It can't be seen easily, but Shark managed to take down one player again from Turkey. So right now, Turkey also in a very tough situation. It changes. Right now, it's only with one player.
For me, it's going to be Turkey's actually losing this because why? They already got it over 2 players down where they can't save them. It's quite right in the front of a Chinese Taipei, but Catch will be catched by Shark. Now Shark will be hunting down Catch, just chasing the tail and full in pursuit. But Catch, can he make it out? There goes the spray in an open road as well, and Catch will be fired. Nothing seems to connect. It's too far off. Lucky that Turkey still have one more player remains, but the vehicle will exploit. It did smoke up quite a number. But back to the side of Turkey. Oh boy, is it the prediction thing now? Because Soulless will be bleed out. It's not on me. It's not on me.
You predicted Turkey.
He predicted it. It's not me. It's my manager. It's not me.
But again, there is still one player who I think still tried his best to collecting a lot of or more placement point. But again, it's not easy because San Martin is being pushed by the blue zone. So let's see later. There's still hope, but it is so small in percentage. Back to the other side, near the Chumacera. I think this is the team that being discussed by me and also Chuchu. Vietnam even moved from Chumacera because, Morocco is quite strong today. Even starting the game with the winner chicken dinner. Vietnam moving from their ordinary place. Ryan already lost 2 of their players and they are meeting with Jordan even. Right now, really, really tough situation for 3 teams, I guess, because I don't know, suddenly a lot of changes happen. A lot of teams want to go toward the central, and it becomes a chaotic war even just by the second circle.
It's because of a flight path early on. So many teams come up from the northern side. So they're all moving to it down south due to Chumacera. It's going to be one of the main circle over Montenegro just now. If circle pops again in less than 2 minutes. Jordan fighting against Vietnam. They're having a 1-1 trade so far, but it's not being translated into 1 point. Newbie spotted out. Egyptian player IESF. There's going to be an easy eliminations and not even a breaking a sweat coming up from Brunei Darussalam. But they do have one more player across them. They're trying to take him down. Krona on the run. Now, can he make it out with that buggy while he's quite in the open field there? Too wide of an angle. But I think the Bruneians know when to take the fight and when to stand down. Now that's the hardest part, when to stand down.
Yep, totally. Brunei really stepping up their gameplay because of that strategy that already mentioned by Chuchu. They know the right timing, even though it is a clear shot. It is an easy one because it's only one player from Egypt, but they know their position right now is more important than chasing any more elimination, and that's one of the strong point, I guess, from Brunei. They are intact with 4 players up until the late game.
Because
So yeah,
they're thinking about how much resources are they
yeah,
committing.
resources
and
also.
On top of this mountain, there's no way for you to replenish your resources if you overuse them, with so many mistakes done by the other teams down there. They just keep on committing the fights until they forgot they don't have anything left anymore.
I think the best example is when it comes to the play-ins Bahrain, right?
Yeah.
They are shooting towards all down below, and they are forgetting about their utility, about their weapon, bullets, and also about their vest and helmet, because when you shoot too much, it will be contested because all the other opponents want to go through your place. But back again to the side of Morocco, again, they're starting strong, and I really like how they already have their confidence. Jordan, meanwhile, moving with 4 different vehicles. Late is still dropping down, searching for any possible opponent inside a compound, and I think this will be a place for Jordan for a while.
Now they're going to stay this and not going to move that much. But the circle right on top of Montenegro, this fog of Montenegro is such a famous one once upon a time. But look at how many teams come out from the right side of the circle. Not much coming out from the northern side. There's only 2 teams, including Chinese Taipei and Brazil. That might be our last few contenders. Remember that Chinese Taipei and Brazil. But on the side of Jordan, it's going to be coming out from the southern part. Not much there either. The one that's really saturating right now, it's on the right side, coming out from the east side of the circle. While Montenegro still not having anybody in the center, but how can they defend even it's in the center?
Oh yeah, totally true. And speaking of defense, I think this is the good moment, especially for Pakistan, because they are wavering by the circle. They are dropping down near the Montenegro area, so they can play hopefully quite well, because I really want to see they are stepping up for their points. Meanwhile, the movement coming from Sri Lanka being spotted by Indonesian team. This is quite risky gameplay. They have the high ground, but again, our discussion earlier, how well they will manage to control their loot, control that utility that will be used next again for the next circle. But Piasau, what a good shot coming from Piasau to Maldives. But I think not only coming from Brunei, there is a shot also coming from Chinese Taipei. Yeah.
The thing is, Chinese Taipei picking the fight for both teams, for Brunei and also Maldives. The one that's not actually being attacked is going to be Chinese Taipei, coming up from behind, backstabbing and bulldozing people and try to just take advantage as a third party. Now, Brunei knows this for a fact, and they're left with only 3 players. They are trying to reassess the situation and regrouping where to go next. They definitely don't want to be in the center here anymore. They need to get out from here, maybe moving a bit towards the southern part if they want to. Even north. North is not that much of a contender, but we do have Chinese Taipei already gatekeeping on that area. Sri Lanka and the rest of the other teams, including Arab Saudi, do they want to go in the center this early?
Yep. Good for Saudi for a while, but Sri Lanka, I think, still confused about their movement because it's not that easy. Left alone, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia still shooting towards the player from Sri Lanka, but this is what I'm waiting for. Pakistan, even though they already have the central, which is Montenegro, right now they are being contested by Maldives. Pharaoh with a good nade cook right now, but it is too late for the nade itself. It is not connecting towards the player from Maldives. Maldives, another nade throw towards the Pakistan players, but there will be a close combat battle. But I don't know, Pharaoh, where's the confidence? Where's the confidence? Even he's being backstepped right now because he's being chased. He's not the chasing one. He have a good vest, good helmet, a lot of health point, but right now I think in terms of confidence, it is higher for Maldives.
Feels like it. Right now, Pakistan's not that really in position. Painting it down on Toxin. Now they want to get in a different angle entirely. Now once they got themselves that one knockdown, they're going to go for the rush. Vast with the rest of the Pakistan team trying to push forward, getting on Maldives. There's going to be one team out of the first few, including Turkey. It's going to be Maldives next. And down to only 14.
Finally, Pakistan. This is what we are waiting for. A lot of rotation cut yesterday. They are not performing well because they are being taken down while they are not fighting. Today, they are showing that they are still here with their good gameplay. But I really like also from Daku with the initiative going toward the circle because he knows if he late, the other teammate can go easily because a lot of team will come. The terrain is quite unique when it comes to the circle. Not many compounds can be occupied. They really need to maximize the vehicle, adding more for the terrain so they can have a good vision and also maybe fighting when it comes or when it is necessary.
But I have a feeling we might end up in urban area where we have on top of Montenegro, there's a lot of buildings. That's where all like Sri Lanka and Saudi Arabia are actually at the moment. For the teams that are actually coming up from the left side of the circle, there's not much terrain like you mentioned, not much compound. Sorry, the terrain is tricky, but there's not many spaces or buildings to play along. There's a couple of warehouses. The problem with these warehouses is going to be what? The moment you step out from the warehouse, there's nothing else for you to hide yourself away. You can be in there trying to defend. It's a good fortress to defend, but to get out, if the circle's not there, that's going to be a doomsday for these guys.
Yeah, doomsday shooting gallery, I guess, for the other opponents to your team, which is Morocco right now. But so far, they are still in a good situation. But back to the Pakistan area, I really like how they try to gatekeep the movement coming from the other team by splitting around, so they have a lot of angles to shot towards the players of the enemy, which is Team Titan or Kazakhstan. But I think Teaku already managed to find out where is the exact position of the enemy. What a good nade coming to Pakistan. It explodes there, but it doesn't have happen for any knockdown. But Daku, low HP. I think Kazakhstan control it quite well. Even they are having the high ground right now. So another table flip for teams Pakistan.
For Pakistan, it's just too far. That's just too far off from each other. Now, it's almost impossible for them to actually give aid to us the side of Daku. Daku just stuck there, kind of a move. We do have Korean teams coming up from behind as well. Now, there might be sandwich between two teams. Kazakhstan is going to be Axel pushing forward with a UMP. Spotted out Daku. Nowhere to run, no hide, but they're not sitting this quietly. And Axel got retaliated by the side of Pakistan. It's going to be Daku valiantly fighting over amongst the smoke. And Puncher is trying to do a bit of a clutch movement here, but it's just not easy to take down Daku. Finally on his knees. What a valiant effort. What a warrior moment coming up from Daku just now.
Firstly, I really like how Pakistan, we saw earlier they are moving quite split. It's a long split, we can see. So it's not easy to do the backup, but I think that's a good one. When it comes to Daku going to the lower ground, it managed to be giving the opportunity for Titan or Kazakhstan to push towards him, but actually it's a trap because from behind they will be shooting towards the Kazakhstan team, even though right now the one player, which is Daku, tried to taking a long time fight for Kazakhstan. Right now he failed, so that way I think Pakistan is not in a good situation. But coming for the fifth circle, Saudi investing one of the players already inside the circle. Right now they really getting well, but back to the fight. Titan or Kazakhstan, I think, will push forward to Morocco. This is the thing that we are quite interested about it, because Morocco, they knew the warehouse is not good anymore. It's too open. It will be easy target for a lot of team, and they're moving to the 2 stories building. So I think still a good move coming from Morocco.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kazakhstan team trying to force it to be a CQC moment.
Ooh.
One team coming up from Chinese Taipei, taking on Sharko. For the side of Bruneians, this is not great at all. They're down to only one last player. Newbie, can he try to turn the table around? Turning the tide. It's going to be Newbie coming in with the UMP right across him, but he got himself covered in smoke for now, but not much longer as they're quite far off from the circle. They're very close to the blue zone. Horshan, in the meantime, managed to revive and having another go, and Brunei down with Shako, bleeding out. There's nowhere for them to save him. But at the same time, I think Newbie just bailed things out, get into the center of the circle with a buggy, and just, you know what, I want to play for the position. side of a Chinese Taipei. This is not great with that smoke-up vehicle going forward.
And Brazil, like I predicted, about the movement, they can't fight back, and this is a big downfall. But another good defense coming from Morocco. What a good DBS use when it comes to the close combat, and unfortunately for Pakistan, they are being sent to the lobby, but the fight continue because Morocco, not only from Pakistan, Kazakhstan from behind, try to go towards their place, and the utility coming from Puncher, really giving a bad time for Morocco, and this is the moment the smoke's already being popped out, and look at the movement coming from Kazakhstan. They move as a unit, 6 and TAQ at the front, shooting towards the player from Morocco, even with the UMP low HP, and look at that, from the right side, they do the flank in Moroccan side, suddenly being wiped out one by one, only left with one player only.
Oh, Morocco, they had a go just now. What a momentum earlier, but Sankai with a DBS. Can he close it? Oh, big burn off! Sankai no way out, and that's it! They got the previous chicken. Now they are quite early to get out at 10 and 9 place. And it's going to be Kazakhstan reigning over for their overall ranking board with 8 eliminations so far. Sri Lanka's taking a shot to the side of Jordan, but Indonesia is also on a steamroll. They've been third party all the way here today. They're having a good day.
Yep. Going down from the top of the hill. They managed to have the compounds and right on shooting towards all the open field. Vietnam, very open. Chua Chong becomes the 4th elimination for Indonesia. But right now, they're still quite aggressive. They do not want to be pushed easily by all of the teams, especially Sri Lanka and Jordan, which both of the parties are quite close with Indonesia, but the circle shift again towards the open field. So this will become a bloodbath coming from all of the teams to go towards the 6th circle future.
Doom joining in the bloodbath from the sideline, definitely taking over side of Iraq. Who's trying? Iraq's position is really peculiar. If you ask me, it looks really uncomfortable where they clumped up together. You need to just widen up the spread to gain more information, have more angles. Off-angle position is so important at this point. Sri Lanka, they're slowly moving in with a couple of vehicles to become their barricades, while Indonesia will be the next contender, gatekeeping it there and denying their entrance towards the circle. Maybe just spraying over prey and spray throughout the smoke, hoping it will connect. Seems like it will be. Got a couple of them almost down. Oh, so close, and he got one. It's going to be coming up from the side of Indonesia, taking on Doom. And now Chuag and taking on Kalaga as well. They're taking 2 teams at a time for the Indonesians.
Yep, what a good defense coming from Indonesia. They do the proactive movement. They do not want to be easily taken down inside the circle. But right now, Willy Aja with a great movement even took down one of the players from Jordan. Gaga being taken down. Sri Lanka still have the time to do the revive, but it is too late for them to go inside the circle. Right now, Agi Chuek is still left behind to be the support, or even right now still scouting towards what around him, which is Sri Lanka is the nearest one. Kazakhstan, I think, from far behind, still shooting towards a lot of team, but Indonesia giving a lot of hard time to Sri Lanka right now. But I think the contest will be happen at the close combat because Hazen with the M249 ready for the close combat.
But the thing is, if they focus to a side of Kazakhstan, Indonesia and Kazakhstan having the most teams mates right now. Hazen being shot out, even though he got himself quite an arsenal to work with. But the blue zone is not favouring him. Just going to heal up with a band-aid. I don't think that's going to work, but here comes Igeju and taking them down. And it's going to be one more team eliminated, and the next one is going to be Kazakhstan. The game changer will be Leif from Jordan coming up from behind. But Axe and the rest of them just focus on what's in front. This is going to be a troublesome moment if they didn't realize they're being scouted out from behind as well. Trying to take down the spray towards the Indonesian team who's stuck in the rut. They can't get out. Kazakhstan got a better position. They're widening up the spread, dominating the circle. And Leif being spotted out. Maybe finish off come from Indonesian. It's going to be 3v4 right now.
Oh my God. What a good position coming from TAQ, and maybe the last man standing. Look at it's too open, but he knows where is the exact position from Indonesian player, which is maybe the shot coming from maybe, but countered quite well from TAQ only with the UMP. For a long range like this is not good, but look at Kazakhstan with a good teamwork at the end. They won the chicken dinner. They do not get it at the first game, but the second one, they're too strong. Kazakhstan back to the track for the top 1 position.
Like the funny part.
But before all of things, teacher, like I mentioned, when I predict at the beginning of the day, it's quite good, right?
I don't know, bro. What are you trying to say here? I mean, like, you know, we want to feel good for ourselves.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
for me, there's no way out because just now I rooted for Kazakhstan. And because of my
Oh.
prediction, then my manager
Manager?
rooted for Kazakhstan.
Oh.
It's a bit later. And this time we go for Turkey, and it's always the first one to be out for whatever we predicted for my side today. I mean,
Oh,
like,
no.
I don't know. For the next team, good luck, have fun. I'm not the one predicting, it's my manager.
Yeah,
Whoever
yeah,
my
yeah.
manager picks, it's always the first one to be out. But for your side, though, who do you root it for again just now?
Indonesia, top 2, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, Doggy is all clear. Doggy is a clear, like, the start of the day. It's still early.
It's still early.
The
but
last two matches.
that will be total different, I guess. But yeah, we're going to see the highlight from the Miramar itself because it's quite hot when it comes to the late game. A lot of teams try toward the circle, but a surprise coming from Maldives, quite unusual because this is an exact place for the rotation of Iraq or even the meeting or the meetup between Turkey and Chinese Taipei. It shows us a lot of strategy change, a lot of rotation happened, or the different rotation from yesterday happened. So yeah, third day they really want to show the best of them and collecting a lot of points.
A lot of teams actually kind of found out that they are in the center of a crossfire out of sudden. Same goes for the side of Brunei. Even though they managed to survive in the last minute, still quite consistent if you ask me about how long they survived there. Even they didn't secure that much eliminations. But there's so many teams, including like, now, this is a big question in my head. Why is it so many teams, including Pakistan or Maldives, feels like they don't have a sort of navigation compass about what they want to do? Is it going for objectives? Are they going for elimination? It feels like they are still struggling to decide between those two.
Yeah, it's kind of, they do not have an exact objection or objective.
Objective.
Yeah,
They don't have any objection, but they have
I mean, like
objectives.
objective, yeah. I do not know why, because, you know, Pakistan is really favored by the circle, if I can say, from the previous Miramar, because Montenuevo is so close for the late game. They even can defend quite well, but when it comes to an aggression, when it comes to the sort decision making towards the late game, they failed to do that. And yeah, I think Kazakhstan, really good spirit coming for today. 31 total points, so it makes the top 2 position kind of shaky between Kazakhstan and Brunei, because Brunei is really good at the first game. The second game, they're still collecting a lot of points, but Kazakhstan, though, chicken dinner. So we'll see, because the gap between the two teams are not that far.
I mean, like, there's been shuffling between the first place for now, between Kazakhstan. The previous match, Brunei just cut above of Kazakhstan the last minute. Now Kazakhstan taking away the first place again. All they need to do for the Brunei is they have to make sure they got top 3 every single match as well. Same goes for Kazakhstan. Now, they both know where are they standing right now. But this one coming up from Indonesia, I have a feeling they might actually jump up to the top 10 teams right now when it comes to overall rankings.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, because the latest one is 63 with another 20, so I think they are going to the top 10. But going to the overall statistic, this is quite unique when it comes to Puncher. Puncher is a really compact player. A long-range battle, he's good. For the close combat, the utility used by Puncher is also good. So I think, yeah, he's the one. He's the one of the MVP maybe when it comes to Kazakhstan, because it's really compact. All battles really pushed by Puncher when it comes to Kazakhstan.
You know what? I agree. Now, I have a feeling maybe even the MVP might be Puncher again. And it has been every single day he will score himself 1 MVP for Puncher. And not just that, the longest distance elimination is his own record to beat him up with. It's 475 is also coming up from Puncher.
Yeah, Puncher, the 475 meters. Even 400 is still big, but Axer, I think from the elimination, because a lot of points coming from elimination damage. So Puncher is like the openers when it comes to the fight for Team Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, Axer, I think the last moment when he did the split and making Indonesian team lost their vision about where is the exact or which part do they need to fight first. I think Axar really did it well, and from the total heals 200 more or 200-ish, it shows that Kazakhstan did a lot of fight. And this is the MVP, Axar. Congratulations, love for the country and the pride for the country. This is really good coming from Axel.
I mean, like, it's a rare sight to have access sometimes. I mean, like, he used to be a lot of MVP back in the days of the Pro League as well. So when it comes to Kazakhstan team, when it comes to this team as a whole, when we talk about Kazakhstan, definitely we're talking about, you know, the pro teams as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be Titan Gaming. So these teams, I mean, like, they have been performed. Every single player is so important. But it's always Axa and Puncher as a duo to work so much for the entire team.
Oh yeah, totally, especially for the previous Miramar. So it's kind of build the times up towards the top 3, if I can say, because the top 2 right now, Brunei and Kazakhstan, still battling so well. The gap point is so close. So we'll see, because we are going to the 3rd game of the day, which is Sanok. But I think before we are going to the 3rd game, we are going to our amazing host, right? So yeah, Gary Eka Asmara, take it away.
All right, thank you once again, El Joge and Chuchu. Another round has done, and congratulations again for Kazakhstan. So we will have a short commercial break. Blah blah blah. Semakin hari semakin belibet ya mulutnya ya. Nunggu mau kelar soalnya. After this, so don't go anywhere. But still, another question about buah apa yang paling indah? Buah apa yang paling indah? Tidak ada yang bisa menjawab. Jawab salah. Jawabannya adalah apel. Apel pelangi, alangkah indahmu. Thank you guys. After this, still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh, ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba, Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together. All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Fire Stage. Let's make some noise! Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. We have third round of PUBG Mobile here. Still on the hottest place on IESF Fire Stage. Once again, still with me, Gary as the host for today. So, another round. Who's gonna be the winner? Who's gonna get the winner chicken dinner? Is there any back-to-back WWCD or winner chicken dinner for today? So, let us start the game. And I would like to thank to our beautiful and good caster today, Dona Fiska, and the handsome one, El Doge.
What kind of good actually you are, El Doge? Lah is, huh?
Lah is, huh?
In Indonesia, the more you know.
The more you know.
The more you know.
Yo, Dona, you're really asking me, but
Yeah.
my prediction, my analytical about PUBG Mobile is good, yo.
In terms of like yourself, what kind of good you are?
I think confidence level, you know.
Oh yeah, I think the more we talk about it, the more weird is gonna like.
Yeah, it's kind of weird actually.
It's kind of weird. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster desk right here, right now, because we're gonna jump into the third game of today, the mini map, which are gonna take in Sanhok. What?
This is my first Sanhok at Grand Final. My first one, because at the beginning of the Grand Final, the first and second day, I do not have any Sanhok to be cast with, and I hope this will be a total different because the previous 2 days is kind of too slow in my opinion. Yeah,
exactly. But actually, I kind of like expecting. Well, actually, after like the earlier day, I kind of discussed with Chuchu. I don't really want to expect anything anymore in this tournament because like the more we expect something in from the team, the more we kind of upset about it, about our expectation, right? So yeah, don't be. But I kind of have a feeling though, not
an expectation, but a feeling.
Feeling though,
Yeah.
because like looking back in time, when in the previous tournaments,
Once upon a time,
looking back at time, like in the previous tournament, especially with the official tournaments that we saw a lot, the last day. The first half of the last day is actually kind of usual if it gets like too passive or too slow in terms of pace. But towards the second half, second half of the day itself, it's gonna like taking a little bit more interesting. Actually,
I mean, like when it comes to the second half, it is only 3 games, including Sanhok. If we can say about the total matches. So I think for those teams who already knew they can't go towards the top 3, they just want the experience. And sometimes these kind of teams will change the game a lot.
Yeah, if not entirely, a lot.
A lot. They just want to have fun, I guess, and try their best to contest a lot of good players, a lot of experienced ones. So I think that's one point when we are going to see, or we are hoping to see, when it comes to the Sanhok towards the last game of the day, which is Miramar later on. Yeah,
exactly. Especially with the battle between like the top team now, the big 3, Kazakhstan, Brunei, and also Iraq. We witnessed that Brunei is actually really consistent in the first game of today, and it boosted like their points a lot and back to the number 1. But for now, after the Kazakhstan took the winner chicken dinner, it's gonna be like a huge difference all over again. So the battle between Kazakhstan and also Brunei is not gonna stop anytime soon.
I'm sorry, Donna. I think I'm kind of disagree with you. It's still not a huge point though. It's only 10, and I hope these 2 teams, they will fight a lot towards the late or until the last match. I mean, like they need to secure their leaderboard. So yeah, the number 1 is so high at price. So 50K going down to the 30K. Who do not want the 51, right? So yeah, I think we're going to see the third game of the day. The love and hate relationship map for me, Sanhok So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy.
Love for me, hate for you.
Yeah, I think
Some
still
Sandhawk.
love and hate though.
Talking about love
Yeah.
and hate. What do you love about Sandhawk though?
Lot of fight when it comes to Sano because it is only 4x4.
Yeah.
So it intends to support players if they want to be the third party. Because if they can hear a lot of fight, then they know they have a good condition to do the third party. They can actually do it, especially for the team who wants the points, who wants a lot of points coming from the elimination one. But kind of curious how the game will turn to, because at the middle, final, two teams are close, and the circle is only between Bravo and Alpha Island, and this is not good for most of the team because you can see South Korea, Iraq, even Team Brazil, Jordan, they are so far from the circle. Even Titan or Kazakhstan is not or still not in a good position because they are still not inside the circle yet.
But Eldoge, the discussion is not over yet. You mentioned about the love things you hate. You hate
About Sandhawk, you mean?
the love things about Sandhawk. How about what part of Sandhawk that makes you hate it?
What part of Sandhawk?
Yeah, especially in the competitive scene in tournaments.
I think I can say 2 points. First of all, especially the healing game.
Yeah.
It reduced the turns. It reduced the battle between all the players. But it's logical. It's so logic when it comes to the gameplay itself. Because, you know, when you do the healing game, you kind of secure a lot of more percentage when it comes to a good placement point. So that's one. The second one is when it comes to is it South Korea and Turkey?
South
Because we
Korea.
are still seeing Brunei, right? So yeah, the second one is about the lack of utility. Sandhawk reduced the smokes appear when it comes to the map itself. So you can't find a lot of smokes. You can't find not only smokes, even the nades, molly, and also tactical stock. So I think that's what makes me do not intend to play at Sandhawk. But I like to play at Miramar because it's totally different when it comes to Sandhawk and Miramar. Yeah, I think that's the reason for me.
Okay, that's a reason for you about like love and hate relationship, and I think for us, like most of Indonesian casters are agree with the.
Yeah, you should be though.
Why? If not, then why?
If you're not agree with me, then why listen to me though?
Well, there's something called let's agree to disagree.
Let's agree to disagree.
Not all of the opinion is actually like what is it, like fit into each other?
Fit into each other,
accepted into each other. But somehow we are as a human being have to like respect other opinion, right?
As a human being,
As a human
you need to
being.
say that though.
Yeah, as a human being, we need to respect other opinion actually, because as long as it's not
too far,
not right or wrong kind of matters. Every opinion matters actually.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Why we're becoming so deep into like this kind of topic? Though?
Again, Sandhawk though. Now look at up until 4 minutes, I can say there's only one clash between Turkey and also South Korea. Even we do not see about the clash because earlier we saw that South Korea had the eastern part of the map, Turkey also at that part of the map. So I think they are still not inside the circle. But speaking of which, inside of the circle, near the circle right now, Kazakhstan, I think they really want to maximize what they can get from Ruins, because Ruins actually providing a high tier loot for Indonesian viewers. They know Aura always play at this place and they're quite good about it. And I really like how Kazakhstan treat Ruins quite different with Aura Esports, because usually Aura Esports will just moving by them foot. But from Team Kazakhstan, they are searching for vehicle because they know when it comes to the bridge, they want to go that fast and they need the vehicle sometimes, not only for the device towards the bridge, but it can be an obstacle. It can be a fortress to defense when a lot of teams want to go towards the left bridge to the Alpha Island.
Yeah, exactly. Especially they know exactly the team is actually like being kind of like the quote unquote the king of Alpha Island itself, because like Alpha Island conquered by like we know Team Vietnam. They kind of like having a good early situation here, as long as Team Chinese Taipei also Team Maldives that I noticed they also securing like the end of the bridge itself around Camp Alpha area. But before we jump into the bridge war, we kind of see Team Turkey meet with Team Saudi Arabia. Their pathway in the rotation, but trade knock has been happening now between Turkey and also Saudi Arabia. Both parties lost one man, but as K-Tondo still able to be saved. But I think there are initiative movement has been shown for now from the other teammates from Saudi Arabia.
But to be honest, it's still an unfortunate situation for Turkey because they are. It is not only about the trade. Turkey already lost one of their men when it comes to fight with Team South Korea right now. With only 2 players, I think it's too risky for Turkey if they want to engage any more fight, especially. It is still at the first circle. This is at the north part of the boot camp area, and Saudi Arabia already collected a lot of compounds. So, in terms of angle and also positioning, I think Saudi Arabia is more favored by the gameplay or their gameplay itself. Beside the Turkey area. So I think it's not that good for them to continue the fight. So that way, one of the players from Turkey just proning and do not intend any more fight. And moving to the south of or the side of Iraq, they are quite different. They are now not doing any aggression starting from the third game right now, which is Sanok. They're collecting a lot of vehicle and loots, I guess, because one of the players already collected 6 versus 8. So I think if they need to do the healing strategy, they still can do that so far for Team Iraq.
Yeah, as their B plan, right?
Oh yeah.
As in like the strategy itself when thing goes up for them later on, further in the game. But looking at the Team Brazil position, they still got 1 kilometer away from the circle for now, and this is not gonna be like a very smooth rotation because back there is still Team South Korea because like they actually position themselves like quiet side by side like you mentioned earlier, and they still meet each other up. But I noticed that some names between Kazakhstan and also Chinese Taipei is popped out in the elimination feed. But before we jump into that fight, we're gonna see and we're gonna focus into the fight between Pakistan and also Team Vietnam.
This is what we already discussed earlier. Vietnam really controlling the high ground so fast. They learn from their mistakes because when we recall about the play-ins, Vietnam being taken down easily by the side of Maldives, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, they're already collecting a lot of data. Right now, they're playing at the high ground so well. But speaking of which, Brunei Darussalam newbies already cooked the nade quite well, but the nade is actually hitting him, not to the players of Sri Lanka. The players from Sri Lanka right now just having an awareness when it comes to an enemy, because I think they knew right now, or they know there is one team in front of them, but we are still not seeing the fight because they are still quite far enough. Meanwhile, back to the Alpha Island, Eagle, after the good condition from the high ground shot, right now 2 of their players being taken down. Spotted quite good from Team Pakistan. Pakistan changing again their strategy, not only holding at the middle, but they're searching for the enemies. And this is quite good. This is a new mentality for Pakistan. Vietnam lost suddenly 2 of their players.
Yeah, this is like a very hard homework to solve actually for Team Vietnam, because like I already discussed with you earlier in the earlier stage of the grand final itself. Team Vietnam when the circle tends to like go towards the Alpha Island area, it is actually like an advantage for them, right? But they cannot really manage to hold into their defensive, and somehow they quote unquote easily outplayed by the other enemy around them, especially like when the enemy is like rushing into their position. But on the other side, Brunei is having a beef now with Team Sri Lanka because they already spotted each other for now. Trade knock has been happening, I believe, but the green net though, so on point, so beautiful, taken Sushti down, and not only knocked down but eliminated entirely.
You know what? I just want to critique the gameplay from Brunei because newbie is so far from his teammate. Even when the player from Sri Lanka doing the commit or an aggression towards him, it's so hard for newbie to defend with. But I think there is a special chemistry when it comes to Team Brunei because the backside of their line doing a good shot, knocking one of the player down, and I think marking where is the exact rock to be an obstacle for the team of Sri Lanka than the needs coming from Team Brunei or newbie. But a happy birthday coming from LG Chue with a good shot and a hip fire. But again, this is the problem when you are quite far from your teammates. One of the players from Indonesia being taken down, Willy Aja. I think this is a hard situation because Iraq, the classic one, they're playing as a 4 members in a unit. They're not splitting around. They're pushing out the unit. The body system, the tech team is so hard to be controlled, to be defended, but it is the moment coming from maybe shooting down player from Iraq. 3-on-3 situation right now, and Martin, I think, try to finish the job from maybe.
Oh, actually, thankfully, like Indonesia managed to take that one man, so they don't have to like abort the mission entirely and abort the aborting mission. And then go back into the war again, once again facing Team Iraq for now. And I believe that they already has their confidence in them, especially with Willy Aja already know and opening the fire into Golden, but only took a half of the HP itself from Golden. Didn't really manage to take him down now.
That was a big opportunity lost by Indonesia because at the same time the revive happened from Team Iraq. Even the surprise element already down, already left alone with the fight right now. So Indonesia in a very tight situation. Even they are playing at the edge of the circle. South Korea even appeared near the location of them, but South Korea actually spotted the player from Iraq first, and the shot connected. One of the player down from Iraq right now pinched by the situation. Iraq tried to manage how to revive his teammate. Meanwhile, another shot coming from Will again with a techno core.
Oh, again, you notice only techno core now. Yep. But all right, we're gonna continue to see the fight, the war between Indonesia and also Team Iraq as Willy Aja able to get one more man down, and we are gonna only see Volt from Team Iraq trying his best way, trying his hard way to like really clutch the condition now. But before he clutching the other team members from Indonesia, he's gonna try to revive, but not that is gonna be like an impossible task to do, because Martin eliminate the players from Iraq. But Voldo, the green and cook is kinda perfect, but only giving him as a splash damage for now on. But Willy Aja is gonna like making a dance away between them, between him and also Volt.
But I think Willy Aja knew where is the exact position of the last man standing from Iraq. Exactly. But I do not see the confidence. Even there are 3 players right there. Willy Aja still do not push towards the player from Iraq. South Korea even already managed to do a repositioning. They know the circle or the zone, maybe it will not go for the third one. But look at the movement from Willy Aja and also the player from Indonesia right now being spotted by the South Korea. They are doing the loot strategy. I think it's not still not good. But Martin with the DBS still shooting towards the player from Team Iraq. The tech team is not still happen. Martin at the low HP and the shot coming from South Korea. This is what I predicted. What a good move coming from South Korea. Or even 2 players from Indonesia down. This is so unfortunate. They do not need to lose any more players, but I do not see the confidence. I do not see the tech team happen well for Indonesia. Even right now, maybe become the last man standing, still doing the revive, and Willy Aja is failed to be revived, and they are still far from the zone because 400 meters or 350 to be precise is actually so far when it comes to Sanhok, especially at the third circle, because a lot of teams already pack up their position inside the circle now, like I mentioned. So yeah.
Oh my God, talking about the circle though, it's an extreme condition for all of the teams for now. Not only about the teams that outside of the circle itself, but inside in the circle, because they kind of have a little bit of a hesitation about or regarding which area or which spot to take to be their home base or to be their defensive area later on. But talking about Team Indonesia though, I think that was the thing that South Korea did to them is kind of like shakes their confidence a little bit now, especially with only one left player, and it's gonna be like a very hard situation and a very hard rotation that they gonna get.
I mean, Derna, I'm so sorry to say this to the Indonesian viewers, even though I'm Indonesian, but I really do not like what Indonesia or the team, the national team itself already did. I mean, like, they do alluding to the crits when they knew it is not a 4-man down coming from Team Iraq, and they knew from the elimination feed there is a shot coming from the other team, which is South Korea, but they managed to growing up the awareness. So I think a very fatal mistakes from Team Indonesia. So it's only left with only one player. But Maldives right now with Egypt. Chuchu and I discussed a lot about this team. They're quite well when it comes to the play-ins or even the first day of the grand final, but right now they're falling down. And I do not know why it happens even right now. Eddie, what a good pick towards the player from Egypt. Even right now, the revive, I think, not a good idea, not a good move coming from Egypt because they need to go toward the circle. Even from the revive, after the 4th circle, they are losing a lot of utilities, especially for the healing equipment.
Yeah, and it's not gonna be good for the later on inside the game for now. But with this kind of circle though, I haven't really seen a massive rotation going on, and also like a massive migration is going on around this, because like with this kind of circle, you kind of have to decide where side to buy actually, right?
I think there are two opinions from me when it comes to a circle like this. The first one is, like you already mentioned, is it going to the alpha or, is it going to the, alpha or Bravo? Bravo. And the second one is, I think they still manage to defend themselves or hit by the DPS because it's still the 3rd circle. Right after this, they are still able to be hit by the DPS, but they need full boost to support themselves, still not being knocked down. But after the 4th circle, bro, they need to go toward the circle faster because you do not want to try the DPS. But back to the circle, going to the 4th. So this will be the migration you are curious about, especially from the Alpha Island. They need to go back to the main island, which is the B or the Bravo one.
Yeah, the zone shifted away entirely from the Alpha Island itself, and it's gonna be like a calamity. A very gnarly situation on to the teams inside of the Alpha Island itself. We kind of remember there are Chinese Taipei, Eagle, or Team Vietnam, but we gotta focus on to the fight that is gonna happen between Egypt and also Maldives. But just like that, with the DPS gaming by Toxin eliminate the entire Egypt player.
Usually we are seeing the gameplay from Maori when it comes to Maldives, but Toxin finally really giving a bad time for Egypt. And look at another team, speaking of bad time, Pakistan, they are pushed to do the swim towards the other place, which is going maybe from the Alpha towards the Bravo, and that's not a good situation. That's not the ideal one because they can't fight back. But speaking of which, Morocco, the team that I predicted before, they're already having a good time inside the circle, being contested by South Korea. 4-man towards 1 player from Morocco and 1 man down without any good fight. But speaking of Brunei, I think this is the classic of them. They will avoid a lot of war, a lot of battle when it comes to the mid game, and they try to with 4-man still intact going toward the circle. But Kazakhstan is too risky. Hong, in a nickel of time, he isn't doing the reload for the weapon, so it's only 12 bullets if I'm not mistaken. Made Kazakhstan, one of the players, still survive inside the circle right now.
Somehow still survived after the bold movement that they did. But now we're gonna see the battle between Morocco and also Team South Korea outside on the edge of the circle itself, because it is gonna be like a big shot coming from Marshall, but the counter attack or counter shot managed to take Marshall down. not only
you.
Marshall, because El Chapo is going down as well. And with that, Team Morocco only left with Lazy Boy. And I believe Team South Korea already know and opening up the fire from Big Star. And Lazy Boy still managed to save himself up because there are some rock and also some tree branches to be hiding spot for him. But onto the other side of the Sandhawk area, but Chinese Taipei has been messed up by the other team as well. Not only Pakistan, but I see Fireflux or Team Turkey there.
Oh my god, that was unfortunate for Chinese Taipei. They are too far each other, can't do the backup quite well, and they're being taken down by Kazakhstan. But Kazakhstan right now, really in a bad situation. Even one of the players already being low HP, two already being knocked down even. The other two already on the surface, but not in an ideal situation. But coming from Brunei, they're just wipe out the player from Team Sri Lanka. Again, really getting a good position coming from Brunei and do the backstep really well. But speaking of another team, which is Turkey, left with only two players, one of the players being taken on by South Korea, then continue by Team Sri Lanka. Right now, they are still inside the circle, need to move a little bit only, and they are still intact on the game. What a condition coming for Turkey. But not only that, Indonesia also left behind with only maybe, but he is so close with the circle. But Saudi right now, who become the fisherman, really getting a lot of elimination coming from the Jordan team, which are still swimming, and it is not an ideal for them because the circle, the blue zone, already pushed toward the sixth circle of Sandhawk.
Yes, Saudi is back, baby, I think. And the other team is gotta be really careful and also giving like a respect towards each other team that is really shining in this game. And Pakistan went out of the game, but Brunei, what after that they managed to give and counter attack. So painful. The attack that coming from Team Brunei eliminate the player or the enemy itself. But Saudi Arabia moving as a unit now.
Oh my God.
Player, four members colliding into the compound that has been occupied by Team Fireflies or Team Turkey. But Catch is gonna went away from the war itself, and he is still there. And Saudi Arabia is surely gonna hunting Catch down. But the green end from Catch is gonna messing out with Saudi Arabia's position now.
It's only one player, but really giving a hard time for Saudi Arabia. The need connected, but Catch still there. Catch still defending his only position. He can't move anywhere else. But speaking of which, Brunei Darussalam, that was nasty though.
Yeah.
The movement are in the same pace. Even Maldives took the first chance to shot towards the Brunei players, but the counter attack is still stronger than ever. But coming from Brunei again, we just discussed about them, and look at how newbie really need to change his nickname after this because he's not a newbie. He is a pro though. He's a really good player. But even Brunei right now survive again with two players.
Yeah, but newbie OP though. Newbie's overpowered.
So he is the overpowered player amongst the newbies player.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
I
then.
think that's the meaning of his name though. But actually, we're gonna see the battle between Kazakhstan and also Saudi Arabia. Oh, P6 cannot really take the damage of the blue zone itself, and we're only down with 5 teams. Prestige managed to give a little bit of a damage towards South Korea teams, but now this is gonna be the battle of the edge of the circle.
This will be interesting because you know what? Saudi Arabia is really going towards the top 3.
Yeah.
Brunei, before a gameplay from Kazakhstan so strong, even Kazakhstan aced things up and becomes the first position so far. But Brunei, with this kind of game, I think they can proceed more when it comes to the leaderboard later. But we are seeing a big battle coming from South Korea and also Saudi Arabia. 2 players, I guess, down from Saudi Arabia, and this is not a good situation because Big Star and Uriel, even Uriel already recovering his health. 1 player already being low HP again. Even the knockdown one just being revived. Knocked down again, the last man standing, and look at Big Star. Big Star with a big confidence, and that's it. What a good shot. What a good nade coming from South Korea, and all players from Saudi being taken down. The top 4, South Korea, Brunei, Indonesia, and Jordan. Jordan? Where is Jordan?
Is he doing a healing strategy now?
Oh, yeah.
2 more 8 kills for Jordan for late. I think it's kind of weird to see Leith like do the healing technique, right? Because like Leith is the monster of the team, Jordan itself. But for now, we can witness again with only 2 players from Brunei, they can like make a big gameplay in the last game. And now we're down on team with 3 person or 3 teams, but South Korea has been eliminating entirely. And now Brunei, it's safe to say that they're gonna win this. Oh no, but still maybe. Is he gonna make a clutch? Because the other grenade has been thrown to Piazza. Now but Piazza managed to dodge the grenade away. But this is opening. This is gonna be like the trade grenade happening now.
Yep, the 1v1 situation right now. The utility, I think Piazza still do not know where the exact position of maybe himself. Maybe with the second nade towards the Brunei. The third one is already low HP. The third nade coming to Brunei. The fourth one even. The revive still happened. So it's not all about the nades. It's the smoke because maybe want to have another position. The 2-on-1 situation. Revive already happened, but I think still recovering the health point is the most major thing need to be done by Brunei. But Brunei still have a lot of utility and I think they already knew where's the exact position of maybe. The nades coming towards maybe and that's it. Brunei Darussalam closed the game for Sunhawk with another strong performance, with another winner chicken dinner. 2 mans with the huge hopes and dreams become the chicken dinner. Even South Korea 4 mans down from Brunei Darussalam. You know, it's so hard for Brunei to go toward the circle. Even match up with Maldives, the counter attack. One of the players being knocked down, but they still survive. They managed to become a strong team again with only 2 players and Brunei. Holy guacamole, I can say.
That was so nasty kind of grenade, final grenade that we didn't actually like notice a lot. You know, that grenade comes so far towards maybe. I cannot really like, I'm speechless though. I am so speechless about this game, not only coming from Brunei, but also maybe, because maybe as the last man standing from Indonesia is making such a big game also in the late game or the end game. But we're gonna see the highlights anyway, because like we want to see it once more. What is happening in this game?
Yeah, oh boy. I really have a huge respect right now for newbies because the counter attack, I think the precision coming from his gameplay is really, really high level. It's not only an ordinary one, how he did the counter attack, how he calculate about the circle, especially at the late game. They are waiting. First of all, before they are going to the circle, they are waiting for a while. They are waiting for the fight coming from Saudi, South Korea, and after the gunshot happens, after they heard the gunshot, that's particular timing, they threw out the smoke, they go toward the circle and becomes the 2 players, suddenly becomes the gatekeeper. South Korea won the fight. Okay, they have the high ground, but suddenly the blue zone pushed them towards the below the lower ground, and that's the time from Brunei is just, this is our shooting gallery. So one by one being taken down. The last moment, even though one of the player, which is Piazza, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't know where is the exact position of maybe, but the short decision making revive first, then becomes 2 players. And this is the moment. Eddie even shot first, but newbie. And that's also the moment. They are still waiting. Look at the gameplay. Newbie and also Piazza actually still waiting from outside of the circle, from the blue zone, then waiting for the fight happen between South Korea and Saudi because they were new. Even they're stealing one of the elimination. Then South Korea pushed by the blue zone is an easy target for Brunei. It's really amazing coming from Brunei. Oh my goodness.
How can the counter attack, counter shot has been so sharp towards Team Turkey, right? Like you mentioned, that was crazy, bro. 14 elimination point, and also about the late game or the end game itself, I kind of noticed how smart they were in terms of like hiring up or like stepping their awareness up towards like maybe's position.
Yeah.
Because like maybe through the utilities that I felt like it is enough actually, because like it was a flashbang
Yeah.
and also a
Smoke,
smoke,
yeah.
and he running away from the previous position towards the newer one or the latest one quite fast, not too late.
Yeah.
But two of the men remaining from Brunei still managed to sniff his position out. Oh my God, what's such an awareness that?
I mean, I'm quite speechless actually for
I'm speechless,
the
bro.
late game. But yeah, besides Brunei, I really want to give it a shout out for maybe because you know, left alone with one player for Indonesian team. Maybe I think that's the experience when it comes to maybe he's a pro player, ex-Nara players, and he is so good when it comes to surviving until the end. So I think that's one of the point. And up until the late game, he doesn't shot anyone. He's doing the prone and then moving again.
Yeah.
He really calculated about the DPS, about the movement, and he did it pretty well. But I think when it comes to the utility coming at the late game, it's what is your words? It's the double-edged sword. Because you know it can suppress enemy, it can blind the vision from the enemy. But at the same time, if the enemy or the opponents have a huge awareness, they can predict from the trajectory. You know, like if you see a ball coming to you, you know, right? What is the location of the thrower? Kind of like that.
But actually, what I really want to like giving an appreciation a lot towards like maybe is actually like how he handled the situation really calm. We didn't.
What?
It's a glitch, of
It's
course.
a glitch. It's a glitch.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. But talking about maybe again, like what I wanted to say. I suddenly forget because like I distracted by Brunei now.
But I want to say something. I think even the game amazed by the movement from Brunei. I mean, like the game, it's kind of, I don't know, it's only my wild imagination. It's like the game say that newbie, there will be the end for you because multi-field shot you down, but suddenly even the game doesn't believe that the counter attack, the counter fire is happening really well from newbie. You know what? I think from the perspective of player, because I played PUBG Mobile a lot too, so I think when newbie and Piasso doing the movement, they are not only straightforward their vision towards the next objective, but they're using the eagle eye. They are still having a high awareness level. They are still calculating, is there any opponents near me and I need to take them down. And I think that's the matter of fact how Brunei can counter a lot of shot, lot of battle. So good. Especially coming from newbie OP. I think he's my new favorite player right now at IESF.
And he is the MVP of the match now. Congratulations, you bees from Team Brunei Darussalam as our MVP of the match. 9 total elimination points with that huge amount of damage.
No.
What?
It's huge, I know, but I really want to appreciate about the heals.
Yeah.
It's 469. It's almost 5 times you being knocked down, you know. It's a total game changer because we really need to appreciate how Brunei had their decision when it comes to the late game. Again, you guys need to see how they, waiting for a long time, still at the blue zone, waiting for the battle, waiting for the exact precise time towards the circle. And I think, Brunei, you really stole the show. You guys really stole the show today. So, Brunei Darussalam so strong, man.
Exactly.
So, okay, it changes again, though. Now, after the strong performance coming from Brunei, now Kazakhstan becomes the top 2 or the runner-up again so far. But again, we still have 2 more matches. So before Brunei is catching up 10 points to Kazakhstan, right now the difference is 11, then 4, 15. It still can be reached by Kazakhstan, but 2 games, a lot of pressure then. And Team Indonesia, with quite strong performance today, they are climbing up not only to the top 10, right now at the 9th position even. So it's still quite good also for the host of the country itself. So let's see. We still have Rangel and Miramar after this.
Yeah, especially with the gap point though, 109, 108, 104 from Taipei, Chinese Taipei, and also 101
oh my God.
from Indonesia. It's so close. The gap the gap though.
Yeah.
They actually, I don't want to have expectation, but actually speaking,
They still
about
can, right?
They still can manage to climb their way up to the top 3 area.
I mean, it's an active point, but you know, when it's only 2 games and maybe not only Indonesia though, all of the teams can have a big points, a lot of points, a stable gameplay, going to the top 2 or even getting 1 chicken dinner, a lot of elimination, it still can happen.
The possibility is there.
The possibility is still there.
Yeah, possibility is like still high actually. Like it is only the matter of like how well they're gonna play in this next Erangel, I believe, because like it can determine all of the things that is gonna like happen towards Team Indonesia. But now I believe that is it for for Sandhawk itself, because like we're gonna jump into like the fourth,
the fourth
game of today. I quite forget.
But you know what? It's also the last Erangel that will be played at the World Esports Championship PUBG Mobile 2022. But again, before we are going to the 4th game, we are going to our amazing host, Gary Eka Asmara. Take it away.
Thank you once again, Dona Fiska and Ahmad Fauzan Khairi. What a good game for our 3rd round in Grand Final PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship, and congratulations once again to Brunei Darussalam. Before we go into the commercial break, rambut putih namanya uban, rambut keemasan namanya pirang. Kalau rambut hijau namanya salah. Rambut putih namanya uban, rambut kuning keemasan namanya pirang, rambut hijau namanya rambutan belum matang. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. together.
Running three, they made that a lot better.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Drama terus. Nonton nih komedi yang nyegerin, lucunya gak habis-habis. Ngelospol. Capek hati drama mulu, mending di bawah.
Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. We have fourth round on last day grand final for PUBG Mobile. Still on fire stage today. Is that another back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner for this round? Or another team will win this round? So before I take to the caster, I would like to inform you guys the information about our government sponsors for this event. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. And of course, after the grand final match, we will have another 3 exhibitions para games match, so don't miss it. All right, let's take to the caster. So please welcome once again our 2 beautiful, young, and fearless lady, Chuchu and Dona Fiska.
Thank you so much, Masgar. Amazing as always charismatic too. Now we're back on the caster's desk. We're down to the last wrangle of our 14th World Esports Championship with me here today, Chuchun again, for our last cast together. Now, Donna is super happy about it. I'm like, I don't know.
Not about you, though, because this is my last cast. And after this, I'm gonna strolling around the venue and watch the games that is happening around here.
You're not gonna strolling around Bali?
Strolling around Bali, yeah, probably, maybe later the day, we're gonna go strolling around Bali.
Playing some jet ski, you know, playing some water sport, like, Yeah, hopefully that's gonna happen. Hopefully everything is fine, because right now, the rise of the Indonesian team. Wow, within just a day. I know! I'm so worried.
I'm worried a lot.
I believe in them.
Yeah, okay.
I believe in
them. Yakin Indonesia.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. And talking about Indonesia, yes, they still got the chance, because like the last time we saw, their point is like 101, and the gap point between them and also up to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is 121. It is about like 20-ish total a point actually, and 20-ish. Even though that this is like an active point, Saudi Arabia definitely will adding up more points in the last two games, but the possibility is still there actually.
I agree. The moment they hit the triple digit, it's still reachable.
Yeah.
The problem is they have to take down the teams up there one by one, especially coming up from Saudi and Jordan. Now, if they're being executed early, being eliminated too early, too soon, they might actually lose the shot at the 3rd place, because anybody can counter them up to the 9th place, where Indonesian is at the borderline to actually get the 3rd place. Can they still do it?
Yeah, I believe they can. But not only like about all of the other teams onto the from the 4th on to the 9th position, but also we're gonna have a really interesting battle up there between Brunei and also Team Kazakhstan, because like we don't know for sure actually in terms of total points which teams, Brunei and also Kazakhstan, is gonna take the 1st place actually, because Kazakhstan is still on fire, but Brunei though, they are not really giving it away too easily for Kazakhstan.
Now, looking back, just now we have a glimpse of the overall ranking. That's going to be last time that we're looking over until the end of the day. So make sure you put the numbers in your mind. But speaking of number 1 spot, the only contender for against the Bruneians is going to be Kazakhstan team only. But 2nd place is not safe either. It's still within reach for the teams, including the 4th and 5th place. Iraq still can go for 2nd place. But who will get it when it comes to the last wrangle, and the chicken is theirs to take home? Well, let's go, heading our last wrangle in our grand finals.
Let's go. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the last plane, the last flight up in the Erangel for the grand final in this IESF 14th World Esports Championship Bali 2022, and the flight path is actually not really that fair in terms of the cut between the island, it's in the island itself. But talking about the last Erangel though, this is the time where actually everything can happen.
Oh, yeah, we mentioned about this off screen just now regarding about how the teams will go really wild when it comes to the team at the bottom. They have nothing else to lose though now, so they don't have a care in the world. All they need is just show the world that they are still in the game to win it. So we're talking about teams down to Egypt, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Vietnam, Brazil, Turkey. Now this is going to be the 6 teams that can change everybody else up there. Because if they want to go aggressive, this is the best time for it.
Yeah, this is the best time, especially with Erangel. Everybody can play anything here, but because like they have the 100% knowledge regarding the Erangel itself. And we're gonna see, and we're gonna witness which side to buy in terms of the first circle, because back again, that is gonna be like the determination and the circle though. Oh,
right on top of flight path. This is like the most generous Erangel we might actually have. We might end up in the Medusa intersection between shelter, prison, and around the around farm as well. So looking back towards Brunei, they are so good when it comes to the last few teams. Always, if they manage to survive in the top 5, you can absolutely secure yourself in the second and first place for the Bruneians. Even though they don't have enough men, it's just their decision making is just so efficient within seconds.
Oh my god, but Chuchu, we're looking at Rozok where the top 2 teams now is occupying this area, and this is gonna be like a very spicy early engagement between Brunei and also Kazakhstan.
Too pricey and too much at stake here. We're talking about like what, $20,000 of difference. If they lost, both teams lost quite early, it's going to be giving away the position towards the tied-off team at the third place, which is going to be Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Iraq can chase up to the third and the second place anytime soon. Sri Lanka, they're having fun. Taking down on Iraq players who's actually placing himself at 5th and too early on, but Susti, I mean, like, he wants to play a bit of a bumper car moment, but he doesn't have any weapons, so.
Yeah, the only weapon is actually the vehicle itself, and the vehicle cannot firing any bullet at all. But now the fight between Iraq and also Sri Lanka still happening, because both of the teams has their own vehicle now, and also Sri Lanka gonna move away a little bit. Iraq, though, I'm not really sure where they are gonna go now.
Feels like Sri Lanka said, I'm sorry. We're sorry. Okay. You guys go whatever you want. But this is very risky coming up from Iraq team. They're having all 3-man sandwich or being sardines in the vehicle. Lucky they don't have 4, because if they do it, it's going to be all 4 men here. Rev already finished off by one of the Sri Lankan players earlier. But they found themselves buggy. That's going to be a bit of a game changer for them in the case of navigation throughout the circle. Vietnam, on the other hand, taking themselves quite an empty spot where nobody is there, but they're not too far off from the circle. So we do know the circle quite on the right side, and they are at it as well. So the ones actually on the left is not really many teams, because the circle was right on top of a flight path. So I don't think there's anybody coming in very late this time. We might have a lot of early engagement here.
Ooh, this is it. The opening fire from Team Kazakhstan towards Team Brunei Darussalam. Ooh, the spice is on now. 1 man down from Team Brunei Darussalam. I know that they can play well in under the pressure, but is this gonna be worth it? Because the stake is too high to lose now.
True. As Pancho, the MVP, usually for Kazakhstan, taking on the MVPs coming up from the Bruneians, which was Piasao. Shako knocked down. This is not a great start for the Brunei. They cannot afford to lose it. They might be overtaken by the side of Kazakhstan. Just few points away if it's having a tough start, and if they be one of the first few to be eliminated, they won't gain any points at all. They have to be extra careful regarding want to commit to this fight or not. It's best for them to part ways. They are planning to part ways anyway. They cannot afford to lose more.
Yeah, and they also really need to be extra careful, because in the rotation, in their pathway, they can meet with the other team as well, like Jordan, like we saw early on. And with that kind of situation, under the pressure that that has been felt by Team Brunei, it seems kind of like they can having a little bit of a panic now, and that is gonna cost them like a spot to be reached in terms of like the rotation itself. But for now, 2 men only, it's still doable for Brunei, because we witnessed that kind of like gameplay happening from Brunei.
You know what happened just now was really unusual coming up from the side of Kazakhstan. They really want to get that #1 spot.
Yeah.
Because usually the Kazakhstan team love to drop around farm area or Milta. They are right inside of circle, but they really want to contest and take it down on Brunei team early on. So they can't gain any points there. That's one of the tactics that are going on in Kazakhstan mind, and that's an ingenious one, because they took
by surprise for the Bruneians team. They didn't expect that to happen. Nobody actually tried to contest Brunei in their own turf, and that happened in this last Erangel.
This is quite rare to see, right? Actually, because like the battle between the top two teams is actually like the number second team is actually wanting to have an early engagement with the countries that number one.
Yeah,
yes.
they need to. They need to right now, Donna, because if they don't do so, the gap in between Brunei and Kazakhstan, even though they survive to the end, is still not going to be enough for Kazakhstan. So they need to make sure the Brunei team can't gain any more. But the problem is the Brunei is like so sneaky and witty when it comes to disengaging. No matter how much you try to follow pursuit, they always find an exit out.
Yeah,
they're just so good at running away.
Yeah, and somehow two of the men of the team Brunei is managed to went away. Oh, but Team Kazakhstan now having a little bit of a beef with Team Egypt, but they need to be careful because they also don't want to went away or get away from the game too soon. But for now, so far, Kazakhstan can manage the war pretty easily towards the one player that has been eliminated.
You know what? Kazakhstan will not be stopping this at all. I'm talking about them knowing the Bruneians are not having enough men to go full aggressive. So while they still have a 4, they will try to just make sure they're on rampage, but things are not working out right at their own pace. It's going to be 1-1 trade for the Egypt and also coming up from Kazakhstan team. While the Egypt having heavy casualty, they still hunting down. They try to damage all the team they can actually pass through. They'll be bulldozing on rampage mode and nothing stopping and no sign of slowing down at all. And they're getting on more. IESF down on the ground, bleeding out. And it's going to be 1, 2, 2 or 3 trade by now. Krona finish off accent. Now this is going to cost quite a number towards Kazakhstan team.
Oh my god, and especially now they only live with TQ and they are the one team to go out from the game. Oh my god, I can hear the cheers, the shout coming from the players from Brunei Darussalam.
This is miscalculation from the side of Kazakhstan team. They thought they had it a bit too reckless to actually take it out on the Egypt team, thinking they might actually have a shot to wipe them out by trying to gain as much elimination points. But who would have thought Egypt fought back and they just eliminate the highest contenders. Even though the Brunei is left with only 2, they need to only sustain and maintain, not getting involved in any fight. They're going to be fine.
Yeah, and therefore the gap point between Kazakhstan and also team Brunei itself is going to be like more higher than the previous one. But now Team Indonesia, the one team that is also fighting for the placement, for the total point now, also like thirsty, also like hungry for points now, and spotted the man from Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia managed to went away from that engagement.
Well, we do have a very conservative team as always till the end. Vietnam and also Chinese Taipei taking their own sweet time, coming up from SMB. You know what? They are the peacemakers. They call it. Basically, they don't want to involve in any fight. Lucky enough, Brunei actually joining in for this one as well. They will not involve with that much fight. But Brazil, though, Brazil is hungry enough. They can go for more. What do they have in plans? Because look at how Nunes repositioned himself. They tried to bait out the rest of Sri Lanka to follow him pursue. But the problem is, are they stepping into a trap right now for Sri Lanka? Are they walking straight into the lair of how Brazil have in their mind try to set things up and corner them from behind?
Ooh, I think the answer depends on the result itself of the war between Sri Lanka and also Team Brazil. Brazil team is actually like already know the position, the exact position or location in terms of Team Sri Lanka now. But can they actually like initiate an effective war towards Team Sri Lanka? Because I believe that only one man inside of a building in like in cross side of the Team Brazil itself, while the rest of the teammates from Sri Lanka is gonna like find any other spot to occupy.
He's the scouter, possibly. He's scouting out. I am being the watchman for the side of Sri Lanka and also on the side of Brazil as well. But we do have Pakistan. Now, this the team has been really quiet when it comes to the grand finals. We barely see them as aggressive as it was back then. But right now, they are visiting and maybe knocking on the heaven's door of Brazil, but happen to be parting ways because there's also warning shots coming on different team now. Where would they go for Pakistan? Because left, right and center, there's always somebody occupying themselves there. Nunes spotted out for the Pakistan team, giving a bit of a warning shot just now. They're right across shelter and they got themselves the mushroom tower and one more apartment to play around with. But problem is, will they stay here forever? Because I have a feeling there'll be so many teams crossing or passing by here very soon. And if they stay too long, they might get ambushed by 2 teams at one time.
Or maybe that is the thing that they wanted to do, to collect like more on or high elimination point. But on the other side, I believe that I saw like some names pops up in the elimination feed, but none of the following up is happening. This is it between Egypt and also Saudi Arabia, but the blue zone is actually like only moving. But Coronado, oh, he is still alive. He is still safe after SK Ton penetrate the shot towards him.
Lucky that wasn't a Mini 14 or not an M416. The recoil is just crazy with M16. If not, SK Ton would have done it. But here comes to the Mini 14 this time. Get you taken down, maybe being focused onto the side of D7 of Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia is actually on 3rd place, but they're not safe as Jordan follow pursuit very closely behind. How can they get more? How do they actually get at 2nd? One and foremost, they have to get more eliminations.
Yep.
But can they not end up like how Kazakhstan did?
Yeah, actually, because like if you initiate a big war, if you're really hungry for points, there are some consequences actually like waiting for you in the end of the day. And if thing goes south for them, it's gonna like be a big mistake or a big nightmare for them actually. But this shift though, it's extreme towards Saudi Arabia. But Saudi Arabia, as we mentioned or discussed, they are now hunted down by Team Jordan.
And we do have a couple of crossfire here. Gaga, Prastic fighting against each other. Prastic on the ground is not great for Saudi Arabia, but Big Star having to get caught during the transition of all the teams here. Sri Lanka taking down on Uriel as well. It's going to be Amore, just straight crispy fire. And one more team passing by. Egypt happen to be passing by easily, just not unharmed. Vietnam taking on Brazil. He's a bit of a bumper. Come on, no, he got stuck. Not the time to get stuck. Oh boy, Kalaga on the ground bleeding out. Iraq versus the side of all the teams. It's going to be Chinese, Taipei, Korea, and Vietnam joining in. It's going to be Storm Gaming coming from Brazil. And Nate Kobe from Chua of Vietnam.
Oh my god, and another grenade has been tossed towards inside of the house of Team Brazil itself. But Chuacho is gonna like pressuring inside of the compound itself and manage to eliminate the players from Team Brazil. And also, and only 7, collecting, or only 7 is still there, is still inside there. And it is a big chaos because Maldives is there to join the fight as well.
Feels like almost 5, 6, 7 teams.
Oh my god.
Sharing the same. Mori gets tapped out by Winnie. They can just steals away. Oh! Almost got clipped entirely by that nade. It's not done and dusted. Ring around the roads and running around the corners. They finish off one of the Maldives player, Marv. Finished by the side of Vietnam, Tuamzi. But it's not done and dusted yet. Addy tried to cook out the nade. Where would he toss next? It's just going to be next to him. Here comes to us Winnie, but he won't clip so far. Addy bear the responsibility of the entire Maldives on his shoulder. Have to fight the entirety of the other teams across him. And it's not going to be enough room at all.
Yeah, because it's so crowded. They are packed this area entirely now. But Eddie gonna move outside now to search the last man standing. Oh no, the one man that he spotted on before. And he is gonna make the way in little by little. But he gotta be careful because this is so open. He can be picked from anywhere else. But Flutz though, from Turkey, he is like gonna facing Team Chinese Taipei. But that was an easy or a messy or a massive movement coming from Chinese Taipei. And with that, Team Turkey eliminated out of the game.
All the big teams eliminated quite early on, buying out straight into the lobby. It's going to be that Ross Wrangle. Well, we do have one more Mirama. Next! Oh, what a Kobe! Wait, what is happening? Savan actually accidentally just knocked himself down with a knee. What just happened? It shouldn't happen that way. Wait, what's the timing to happen? Like, wait, why?
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is a big calamity for the other for all of the teams now. But Eddie has been spotted down by the rest of the team from Team Vietnam. We have to remember Vietnam still has 3 men now. But with this kind of position, Eddie is under the pressure, but he is still calm now. Oh my God!
That was mind-blowing. I mean, like, of all the places, of all the circumstances, the timing was just so off to have accidents happen for the side of Brazil, being eliminated instantly. Back towards our game here, 13 teams remain. Adi tried to work his way out. How to get into the circle, how to get out from this compound safe and sound. They do have Vietnam team closing, watch, very close behind. Adi, where to go? Just jump out, but there's so many eyes outside. The Sri Lanka team across, Namshin and Winnie, making sure they got every angle covered. Twice right across Iraq team. Twanzi coming in from behind. The whole cavalry of Vietnam team has arrived. Now they want to go for the rush. For that one player they've been hunting down so long. Here comes. Oh, he didn't click. It can't go. It's just too small of a space.
Yeah, nice try then. Nice try. If it was connected, it was so beautiful then. But Eddie, though, he is also running out of the utility and also the bullet itself. So he is gonna be cornered, especially like 2 men from Team Vietnam is gonna rushing into or up to the 2nd level, the 3rd level, the top.
Oh, Eddie!
And Eddie is still there, but not quite strong to really manage the fight or really manage to fire from Team Vietnam.
That's a costly elimination from the side of Eddie. I mean, like, for Vietnam, it was really a lot of costs and they've been eliminated. You reap what you sow. They overstayed themselves there too long for the one player, and now that one player left for the side of Vietnam team will be hunted down by the side of Pakistan. They finish off Twanzi with a Kobe. Now left with only Chua, who's quite far apart from the rest of the team. Payne and the rest of Pakistan. This is going to be a graveyard for so many teams. 3 teams happen to be parting by the same house. Now outside of the Bruneis. They're trying to be as quiet, but how long can they still defend themselves and try to play as conservative as a ninja?
Oh my God, still there with 2 men left and still intact. They still got their spot, a comfortable spot for them. But this is like, oh my God, gonna be like a big calamity for them. 4 teams touchdown. Pakistan is also spotted down by Team Sri Lanka as well. And it's only like the matter of who is gonna be like picked in the first place and also who is gonna be like doing the blunder movement in the first place.
I mean, like, we've seen a lot of blunder in the last minute. Definitely true.
Yeah.
And it's blending in quite well with the timing as well. I'm like, oh, we don't want to see any blunders or scuffle anymore. But the circle will shift again. Vars cooking up the nade to his 3rd story. And right now he didn't clip or connect to his any team. But do they know any of their position of whatever that's surrounding them? The other teams, though, we do have on the southern part around 6 teams in total, possibly, not including those coming out from the inside who's been shooting out. Whoever tried to get inside will be denied the entry entirely. Martin, coming up from Indonesia, team with DP28, they got themselves the warehouse, but the moment they want to step out from this warehouse, that's going to be a different problem entirely.
Yeah, especially their Team Brunei nearby them. 2 of the men of Team Brunei is actually like, for now, they're guarding the northern area on the edge of the circle itself, so they got their spot for now. But now this is like the calm before the storm, because every team now has a compound and we are only gonna see and wait which team is gonna like try to retake one of the compound. Maybe this is gonna be like Team Turkey trying to retake the compound, or maybe Team Egypt, or maybe Iraq for now. But Chinese Taipei, I like also like the position of them, but newbie actually from Team Brunei. Team Indonesia is actually already know newbie's position and has been locking him down since previous minutes.
Now, speaking of retake, it's going to be hard because the moment they step out from the compound, it will be so exposed because so many eyes are watching outside, including how right now newbie's been so being watched by a side of Martin like a hawk. Back to the side of Indonesia, they spotted out both players of Brunei. But the thing is, one actually having crossfire is going to be coming up from Morocco, taking down on Pakistan. Moroccan team now being actually focused by two-way war. And they're being finished off quite early. We're down to 11 teams here. Marshall, Chapo, and Lazy Boy will be helped by the rest of the teammate coming up from Morocco. One more team out is going to be Vietnam. And next one, who will it be? We do have I think that's going to be Morocco actually playing in the blue zone at the same time. But whoever's in the center, this is going to be a tough circle because there's not much compound to play along.
Yep, and then this is like a more flatter ground, and there are also little ridges to really like become their hiding spot at all. The trees is also like a little, but Morocco though, Morocco so open, even though they are still inside of the zone, on the edge of the circle, they are so open. But with one knockdown, they still can manage to revive their teammates now. But the zone shift is gonna be like the determination of all time.
Now, I do notice just now Mori kept his eyes out to the side of a Morocco team. Newbies being knocked down. This is not great. The Brunei's trying to just sustain. Chewy playing the healing game while Newbies walk himself into the smoke. But they're being watched so closely by the side of Indonesian team. Newbie, he hid himself so well behind the tree, but it's not going to be enough. Willie out to finish off. The #1 spot, Brunei, will be enough. So far, it still stays at #1, but it's not done as dusted. Indonesia rising up to the occasion, going for more. They're taking the most biggest compound, but they're not inside a circle. Jordan will gatekeep them. There's also Saudi Arabia with the most comfortable position. Marshall taking on Amore. There's still Sri Lanka lurking around the corner. We're down to 7 here, Donna, with Sri Lanka last player surviving.
Yes, Doom now. Is it going to be like a doomsday for Doom himself? Because Morocco, for sure, they already know the position. But, there is the crash between Sri Lanka and also the enemy itself. Amare now down. But, oh no, that was the previous crash, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of late in terms of like the elimination fit.
It's okay. There's always a crashing towards Sri Lanka. I mean, like, yeah, they have very, very unfortunate moment with the cars. But for Morocco, they want to get into the circle, but how? Because they're being so heavily guarded by Saudi, especially, who got himself the most best compound, most paramount placement. They got himself into this apartment. But we have one more Sri Lanka team eliminated finally by Marshall. Chinese Taipei tried to contest Saudi Arabia for this compound. They need it so bad. But at the same time, they don't have that much space. Here comes for one. Dami going in for the flush. Taking shot down. Left with only horse run. Can he clutch this? Well, Martin taking on Jordan. Straight ahead on will be a Kirby, but nobody's on second floor. Saudi taking on Hong as well. Martin, horse run. Actually retaliate. Chinese Taipei down, but it's going to be Kirby. Straight in the face off the side of Indonesian team. Oh no, what happened? Gaga coming from Jordan. Taking a go. What he tries to focus on the side of Saudi. Jordan being the top party towards the Indonesian team.
Oh my god, this is so chaos. There are two retake happening now, but Indonesia still there with 3 men and Jordan 1 man more down. They only leave with 1 man for now, but Indonesia for sure, they are gonna secure the elimination fit. But Willia Aja is still there and managed to collect to eliminate the entire Jordan team now. Indonesia is still here, baby.
And they want it for the win because right now, Indonesia, even though they lack when it comes to players, they don't have enough. When it comes to firepower, they still have their belief. When it comes to just reviving their mate, equaling out the odds, it's going to be 3v3, 4v1. Iraq team, 1 player. Well, Morocco, can they revive? They're having a 4. They have the most advantage, but they will be the focus of most of the team. But Saudi spotted up by Marshall. This is going to be perfect for the side of Morocco. Can they have another chicken for today?
Oh my god, this is like... the big kilometer is going up, and as the team Iraq is eliminated as well. But we have to remember this last team that is still in the late game, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Iraq, the latest, and also Indonesia, is all of the team now competing each other to secure the top 3 position. We have to remember Saudi and also Iraq is fighting each other up in the 3rd and also 5th placement now.
Indonesia, today has been their last push and they're really having a go. Full cylinders out. The only they remain, they just happen to be blooming so well. But for the Morocco again, can they secure another chicken in Erangel for our final day here? Saudi Arabia, they're close of cutting across number 2. They can't afford to lose either. Willie Aja makes so much plays and so much clutch for the entire team. Maybe as an entry fragger, always knows where to stand. But look, the spread coming up from Morocco team. This still happens to be favoring the Morocco. They got themselves the elevation. Now, how do they step out from the compound for both Indonesian and also the team coming out from Saudi Arabia?
Well, maybe this is like the answer to that, because maybe for now it's gonna open the way from Team Indonesia towards the left area, and they touch down in the feet of the rich itself, and the grenade from SK Tone managed to massing out with Team Morocco now. But oh my God, is that a self grenade now?
Why? Again, and it's very crucial movement. This is just going down south to a Saudi. But Lazy Boy taking out and Age Trade, and Lazy Boy finish off maybe as well. No, they had it before. Down to only one's last player. I think it's going to be Willie Aja remain for Indonesia team. Saudi needs 7. Keep tossing on. And Machapa Willie! He made so much play for Indonesia team. And he keeps it going. It's going to be 1v2v1. Oh, goodness me. Saudi with 2 players. But being focused by 2 teams at the same time. Willie! Oh my goodness! SK Ton just making a go, and Willie makes such a clutch for the Indonesia team.
The perfect grenade we just witnessed. But can Willie Aja is actually managed to clutch 3 men from Saudi Arabia, because D7 has already spotted him down. Willie Aja cannot take those damage because the stronger player is there. The more player is there from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia managed to take the winner chicken dinner. But oh my God, the last dance though, the last words though, that was very, very beautiful coming from Indonesia, Morocco, and also Saudi Arabia.
I have to give props, not just to Saudi Arabia. I mean, like Saudi Arabia, they've been focused. SK Ton being pushed, being finished off early. Morocco team, they got the elevation, everything in their box. Everything is just towards their condition. They got the circle, they got the elevation, they got the spot. But it's just Willie making so much space for Indonesia. Even though he's alone, he managed to turn things around. Morocco didn't expect the backstab come up from Willie. That nade, that spray, just it was just so crispy, just incredible. What a stellar performance coming up from all the teams in the last few seconds. But still, Saudi Arabia, can they cut across Kazakhstan? They're so close of getting second as well.
Yeah. And now the gap is getting closer between Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan, as we gonna watch the highlights also for now to re-watch what was actually happening here. But the heat is on actually, Chuchi, for now. Not only the battle between top 2, but now after the performance of Saudi Arabia, they are in this game. The fire is on for them now. But talking about like the other teams, like opportunity, like especially like Team Indonesia, Morocco, and also Iraq, I think with the Saudi Arabia's performance, these 3 teams has a lot of more hard work to do in the last game later.
Now, based on my calculations right now, Kazakhstan being eliminated quite early, this is definitely putting Brunei in #1 spot still. But the bigger question is, where do Indonesian team stay right now? Where do they fare? Are they actually now in the top 5? Because if they got enough points, they might actually have a shot at 3rd place. Saudi, on the other hand, definitely already taken over. I think, is it close enough to take Kazakhstan? Because still a big gap.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling it's still 3rd place.
Yeah.
But will Jordan, Iraq, and Taipei, Chinese Taipei, and Korea be pushed down by Indonesian team? I have a feeling they are.
Yeah, I think so. I have a feeling also, because like the gap point between Chinese Taipei, Korea, Morocco, and also Indonesia is not that far. Only like 1 digit, even like only by 4 or 1 gap point between them all, and it is a high possibility, especially like for Indonesia, because they placed 2nd in this last game, and also they pocketed already enough elimination point. Morocco as well, actually, even though they only placed 3rd, but the point though is still, I think they managed to take top 6, if not 5 position now.
Out of 7 eliminations, 5 is done by Willie Aja.
Yeah.
That's just how much he put working it for the entirety of Indonesian team. But back to the side of Saudi, they got themselves 23 points. This definitely secure and just solidifying the position in the third place in overall for now. But Indonesia team, where are they? Where do they place themselves in the overall rankings right now?
Oof, maybe, just maybe top.
I think it's top 5 now.
I have a feeling it's top 5 now. Oh, but still though, if they wanted the top 3 position, Saudi Arabia is still here.
Oh boy.
Oh,
I mean, like, this is going to be a really tough one. I mean, like, we might have our calculations quite early on just now, but this performance just by the Indonesian teams today changed so much of the overall rankings and making it such a hassle for the team to just grasp number 3. Number 3 is open to so many teams right now, but our overall stats, 60 eliminations, 300 over nades. And when it comes to the healing, it's not so much. Only 1 airdrop, but look at the total knockouts. If you've been knocked out,
oh my god,
you're going to finish off straight away because there's not as many as we used to see.
Yes, that's actually, this is like, from what I can see from the overall statistics, is actually like kind of like satisfying, you know, because like finally we got to see some major numbers here in terms of like alims, knockout, and also throwable has been used that you mentioned also. But after we see the overall statistic, we are gonna see who is gonna be the MVP of the match. And the MVP of the match is Willy Aja from Indonesia. Congratulations. He done the amazing job in the last game.
I mean, nobody else deserving this. He was fighting 2 teams alone, Donna. Alone, fighting 2 teams. And this is not just a team. We're talking about the top contenders team, the team that's really aggressive. He's clutched it alone against Team Morocco, against Team Saudi Arabia. And he's so calm doing it. This guy deserves more than anything else right now. And look how they go. Really just opened so much opportunity for the entire team of Indonesia. He carried out so much that they are in the top 5 possibly.
Yeah, this is like a very sweet position, a very sweet condition for Team Indonesia. The past 2 games already. But once again, congratulations for Willy Aja from Indonesia. 5 elimination point is very, very good for him. Yeah, out of 7, like you mentioned, actually.
That's what I said. Never expect anything from any team because who would have thought the table's been turned here, definitely. And for those that actually already feels comfortable in the top 3, they can't be because Kazakhstan might be pushed down. I have a feeling they will be by Brunei because it's not too far of a gap. But for 2nd and 3rd place, it's not easy either.
Yes, the last game, the closing game for today is gonna be like very spicy, very interesting. But before we jump into the closing game for today, we're gonna toss it back to our amazing host, Gary Eka, to bridge to the break time. So Mas Ger, take it away.
All right, thank you, Donna and Cucu. Once again, the 4th round is done, and congratulations once again to Saudi Arabia. So after this, we will have a commercial break and last round on Grand Finals. Last day, PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. But, ikan-ikan apa yang bisa terbang? Ada yang tahu? Ikan-ikan apa yang bisa terbang? Ikan lele. Lele lawar. After this, thank you once again.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa, bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa, bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All I think about is you, boy. All I think about
drama terus. Nonton nih, komedi yang nyegerin, lucunya gak habis-habis. Ngelospol. Capek hati drama mulu, mending dibawa happy.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Running three, they made that a lot better.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome details.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngiri-ngiri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong! Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. with the future in sight. Together,
running three, they made that a much better.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oles Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oles Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngeri-ngeri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong! Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus. Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngiri-ngiri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong. Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh. Ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba, Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Drama terus. Nonton nih, komedi yang nyegerin. Lucunya gak habis-habis. Ngelospol. Capek hati drama mulu. Mending dibawa happy.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All right. Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. Last day, last round, grand final of PUBG Mobile. Still with me, Geriaka, here in the hardest place on IESF 14 World Esports Championship, Fire Stage. So, before I take to the guest star, I would like to say thank you to our government sponsors who supporting this event. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC, Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. After this grand final, we will have another 3-match exhibition para games, so don't go anywhere. Alright guys, let us start our last game for today. Please welcome once again, El, Doge, and Chuchu.
For the last time, thank you so much, Masga. We're back here on the caster's desk. It's nice having you around back. It's going to be our last round of casting together, doggy.
Yeah, unfortunate for us, but...
Hey, you're not that happy. Donna was happy, though.
Yeah, Donna being Donna, though. But again, back to the last game. My favorite map will close the World Esports Championship 2022 for PUBG Mobile. Miramar. This is going to be complex, and I'm really surprised to saw the previous arrangement how commit Kazakhstan going towards Brunei to secure more points. But the things that happened is actually not that they wanted, or it is so far from what they wanted. They really want the point. They wanted to took down first for Brunei Darussalam, but they failed it. So we'll see. How about the last Miramar, the last dance for all the players?
I mean, like we saw earlier just now, just the our Erangel match previously, how much things turning around because of what? The unexpected happens due to miscalculations, overconfidence, or maybe a bit too reckless. The moment I saw the Kazakhstan team being wiped out by the Egypt team, they wanted to secure more eliminations, but it's just a bit too reckless. How baffled they were when their facial expression just, what happened? Should have done that, but it happened anyway. And there's so many self-names as well. But before that, we have to thank none other for the last time. Thanking so much for our sponsors. Without you guys, we won't even be here today. None of us are here today. It's going to be JHL Group for our main sponsor. And also we are sponsored by JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Good and Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Bertamina, and Hydro Cocoa. And also our official telco partner Telkomsel, our official smartphone partner Samsung Galaxy A series. Don't forget to check out the A33, A53, and A73 with 5G connection. And also internet service provider partner IndiHome, our travel management partner Hen.
Yep. And also, thank you so much for Antis, Prosa, and also Sofel. And then for about travel management partner Hen, hotel partner Episode Hotel, and also our venue, Merusaka Hotel. Then esports broadcaster partner Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, and also ACIT. Production partner Lemon ID, media partner Trans7, Detikcom, esports.id, video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and also Kami Bica.
But we're not done yet without our government support, which can be Kemenpora, Kemenparekraf, KONI, and also NOC Indonesia, and last but not least, Wonderful Indonesia.
Yeah, what a wonderful journey also for all of the players from play-ins, They played for about 27 in total, 18 for each group or each team. Then going to the grand final, they already finished 14 games and going for the last game. So for those who asking why we had the break before, so it's it's a commitment from the referee to giving the points, giving the same point
Data.
information and data for all the players, so there is no complaint. They will play the last game with their own aim according to their points. So yeah, it's just fair and square for every player, every team.
Yeah, integrity at its best. Also to clarify, to have clarity among the players that it's everything is as calculated, as tally up when it comes to the points, to make sure everybody knows where they stand before they're gonna commence for our last match here. It's gonna be a crucial one because anybody can be the champion right now.
Oh, yeah.
And anybody can take away second and third position as well, because we're down to the prize pool of lion's share of $100,000 USD.
Yeah, it's only for the top three, like Chuchu already mentioned, 50,000 USD, following by 30,000 and the 20,000. So that way, all the teams right now, especially for this close gap, even from the third position towards the 8th position, it still can be reached. And you know, a language or in terms of still, they need a good action-packed gameplay, a lot of elimination, and the most important one is winner chicken dinner. So mostly in every tournament we can say that chicken dinner is a bonus, but I think for the last game, if they want to achieve the top 3 to go for the prize pool, they need the chicken dinner so much.
Plus the elimination.
Plus
it
the
has to be
elimination.
with elimination. It all downs to how desperate they are, how thirsty and how hungry they are when it comes to getting the chicken plus elimination points. And also not just that, how much they need to prove themselves to just, you know, being the representative for their own nation, to follow up with, to wave the flag by the end of the day.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
get to wave it on stage.
To wave the flag on the stage for the IESF is really a wonderful moment for you if you can do that, because the pride, and as a representative from your nation, your country, I think that will be a good story you tell to your next generation, because
yeah, your kids.
Yeah, your kids, or even next generation of yours, because esports right now is not only about the game, it's the competition, and especially to be the representative of the country. It's just so amazing. I don't know, the last game, the tension is so high, and I can feel that from all the players, especially at the top 3 so far.
And all seriousness, and now jokes and chats aside, we have to think about the players being as well. Since because we got ourselves a long break, will it drop the momentum of some of the teams?
Oh, that's a big question, especially a team like Indonesia, maybe, then Saudi Arabia, who just got their best performance. Meanwhile, a lot of breaks or a long time breaks like that. Maybe it can be good. They can change the strategy, discuss more, but who knows? Maybe they can reduce their momentum, reduce their aggressiveness, or kind of like that. So I think the last match will be the result. The last match will be the answer for our question.
I think that's long break just now, the long break just recent. It's good for Kazakhstan because they definitely had a bit of a breakdown. It will wipe off their smile the moment they miscalculate, the moment they want to rush into as Egypt or try to take down Brunei in the first few circles when it comes to the last angle. So they needed a break to reset their mind, to gather back themselves, to just having the last go, the last push of the PUBG Mobile. So are you guys ready when it comes to our last Miramar? Because here we go, let's go! The last push in the IESF World Esports Championship.
Oh, I can hear the crowd coming from the venue, and look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight path Puerto Paraíso towards El Pozo. I think this will help a lot of teams because the region on the northern side is still approachable, especially when they got the vehicle when it comes to near the area of San Martin, near the area of Minas. They still can manage to go towards that place. But I'm curious, will it be any battle when it comes to the San Martin area between Iraq and also Maldives, because the previous Miramar are quite aggressive to that particular place.
You know what? You mentioned about Iraq. You mentioned about our Saudi or Saudi Arabia or even Kazakhstan this day. I'm not surprised if they change their drop spot here. That's what happened to Kazakhstan. They weren't supposed to drop where Brunei Darussalam team were in the last Erangel. When it comes to this last Miramar, everybody just so desperate. They have nothing else to lose. And this is where everything happens. Full cylinders out. These guys, either they make it or break it. It's do or die time. It's down to the last wire. If they want to crash in, they can. Oh,
I mean,
goodness me.
Speaking of changing of drop spot, I think I see some of the teams, Saudi Arabia changed. They are not going towards the Pecado anymore. Then we can see from Maldives, they are not going towards the Aceh or the Patron area. So I think, yeah, teams have their own, or team has their own objective, what they want to play at this late game. But the circle, I know though, this is so hard for most of the team because it's kind of the opposite from the flight path. It favors the northern side. Meanwhile, the flight path is not. But this is the classic Miramar you are waiting for between Vietnam and Morocco at Chumacera.
Back trying to regain their most comfortable spot coming up from Vietnam. Now they're falling off behind, but they're kind of hard for them to actually reach the top 3 spot. But they have something else to prove here. It's going to be, they are still in for the win of the last chicken dinner. Vietnam versus Morocco in the CQC. Micro Uzi in Chua's hands. Warning shots open fire, winning with a UMP. Spotted out Marshall, but Marshall's precision is way more when it comes to long distance shot.
Yeah, even at this moment, the Morocco team is so committed towards the player from Vietnam. There's only one, I guess, the players, which is Chua Chong, giving a lot of damage to player from Morocco, but right now Chua Chong managed to vault towards the ground, the surface, so he is not inside the compound anymore. The Moroccan player still waiting, still searching, but that's a good shot coming from Chua Chong. The backup is there, but Chua Chong, what a prone shot. 2 downs from Team Morocco right now.
For Vietnam, they have nothing else to lose, but for Morocco's side, there's just too much at stake. They can still have a run for the top 3 here, and already being ambushed too early on, down to last player. Can they still make it with Sankai?
Oh my God.
Oh no, this didn't work out so well. He just hold the fire, don't fire. Hold it in, but he fired anyway. Giving away his position, almost taking on Chuanzi. He whiffed it. My goodness, giving away so much in such early match. For the last time, Sankai. Can he clutch this with a shotgun?
Oh my God, what a worse condition. But Sankai, the S12K, finished one of the players bad. The dream to going for the top 3. The Moroccan team need to be wiped out first. Too soon, the 16th position. So I think Morocco can't go towards the top 3, even though they still have the possibility.
Being crushed in the last match. Thank you so much, Morocco, being part of the 14th World Esports Championship of the PUBG Mobile Division. It's an honor to actually witness you guys playing at this level and this much. But have to break the news for these guys. They can't run for the top 3.
Yeah, they can't run for the top 3 because, you know, inactive points still continue, even not more or not enough for the adding points coming from Morocco. Only 1 players on 1 elimination. So yeah, really, really glad to have you guys in here. Especially Morocco team is 1 million as a team. So I think a good experience coming to all other 15 teams that compete at the grand final. But back to the game, Pakistan. This is quite interesting coming for Pakistan because they are not moving fast. Even though the flight path favors them to go towards the Monte Nuevo, but they're not moving fast toward the circle. And this is the new team going to Pecado because before it's for Saudi Arabia. South Korea right now is the one occupy Pecado so far.
Now, when it comes to the team that's not actually inside of a circle, feels like they want to take their own sweet time to be bulldozer, sweeping off the floor quite clean from behind. Really try to bulldoze all the teams from the edge of a circle by taking their own time to loot up, gear up, pick up whatever they need to do, especially when it comes to utilities. We haven't seen that much when it comes to the first few days. Just to recall our days back again, flashback. We don't see a lot of players using this much of grenade smokes when it comes to the grand finals. yesterday started up rank up quite a lot when it comes to utilities wise. But today, that's what they're planning to do. Maybe they don't have those kind of mounting pressure behind their back anymore. So all they want to do is just really going all out, having fun, take their own sweet time, and just have the show go on. But for Pakistan, taking on Brazil. Oh, they still have the flag going and they want to keep winning.
I mean, this is a total Pakistan gameplay, a total different one. They are oftenly doing this. I mean, like rarely doing this. But we are back to the fight. Daku cooking the nade. Wanna found out one of the player from Brazil, which still inside the compound. The prone position is not a good situation for Team Brazil. Even one of the player being spotted. Another one, Nunes, right now being taken down left alone with only one player. Comes to Brazil. So, unfortunate, a really unusual strategy coming from Pakistan, because usually, like I mentioned a lot, they go toward the circle, defending the compound, but right now they are searching for the enemy. Even from Montenuevo, they are moving towards the El Pozo area. So, really, really rare occasion coming for the movement from Pakistan.
I mean, like, it's not that rare. If only they actually bring the entirety of this into the grand final since day one, though. Because Brazil, I'm surprised how they were kind of being finished or almost entirely be wiped out from the map by the side of Pakistan. They were like 4, just within seconds, they were left with only one player here. I'm not surprised if he finished off by the Blues at any time soon, because happens to be everybody moving north. So like it or not, it's just one direction. When it's one direction in the last match here, everybody happened to be having the same timing of navigation towards the circle. So I have a feeling we might have another clash in any sec, especially when it comes to phase 2.
But I really agree about that. When it comes to a lot of players will go straight forward toward the circle. But I think I saw Brunei doing the different rotation. They are going for the long ride with a vehicle going from the edge of the east side of Miramar itself. I think they really want to avoid the fight. They already lost one game and they need to collecting a lot more, because I think Kazakhstan still climbing their points.
I think that's the reason. You want to know why they take a longer rotation? You know what? We want to avoid Kazakhstan. Because just now, Kazakhstan really had it going. They're following their tails from behind really too close.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, maybe this time they were like, you know what? This time we're just going to run and just keep the gas going, just taking out the cans of oil and keep it rotating the entire map. I'm not surprised by the end of this match. They have the furthest travel distance.
Oh, yeah.
By the end of the day.
Totally true, because we already mentioned about their moving, coming to the edge of the east side of the map.
They're traumatized.
Yeah, they're traumatized, I guess, because if not only traumatized, it's kind of surprising. Suddenly a team going for your drop spot and going for the high ground, you already have a low expectation about things like that. But moving around, Saudi Arabia changed their movement from Pecado. Right now they're already inside the circle near the junkyard area, but the circle shifts again to the northern side. It becomes a total chaos, I think, for the southern part, because a lot of teams will use that way to the circle.
I have a feeling it might ended up maybe on top of Chris Deville unless it hard shift in the last minute. Saudi Arabia, one of the teams actually on the top 3 here. But can they defend the position? Were they taken by surprise, like how Iraq and Jordan, even well, Morocco, sadly, they can't make it anymore. But we do have Chinese Taipei, and the points is not that far off, including Indonesia. Now, Indonesia have been really sneaky when it comes to getting into the circle. They managed to get quite an aggressive when it comes to the middle of the match. So, can they still have that momentum going for the teams that really performed today? Because we have a long pause of break back to the side of Egypt, which the team, I kind of miss their spark here. They used to be so good when it comes to taking fight.
Yeah. I think not only Egypt, Jordan also my big question, because, you know, both of the parties really played well, especially for the first day. Jordan shown us the top 3 position for them, or top 4, at least top 4 for Jordan. But following the next day, I don't know what happened to this team, because they are so creative, late even so good, and Gaga also at the same time. I mean, like, Jordan will have their momentum, but I don't know, starting from the second day, they kind of lack of confidence, and the next one I think kind of confused for the other movement. But moving to Jordan, right now. I really want to see about their confidence. They already have the high ground. They already have a good weapon, also good scope. And I think Sri Lanka being spotted easily by Jordan, but they're still patient. They do not want to shot because it's still the second circle, and I think they do not know the exact position to the other teammates of their opponents.
It's all about the trigger discipline for now. We
Trigger
saw
discipline,
how
yeah.
that happened with Morocco. Didn't fare well. Gaga shot down on Hazen. Ragnarok positioned himself maybe towards the flank side. Gaga keep on moving forward with Lath. Driving towards the side of Sri Lanka straight away, but they being tailed closely behind. I'm not sure if they are alert enough. There's some one team just keep on following in the pursuit. Ragnarok being shot down. He's going to be 1-2-1 trade. Hazen will be shot down entirely. Murray taking down Ragnarok. Gaga taking on Susti now. Gaga pop the smokes up. It's going to be helping now and around the graveyard of Cruz de Ville for Ragnarok picking up as well. Lath now going for the front line, taking on Amari, but he didn't expect it. He didn't wait for Isawi. This might go south here, but it's down to last player of Sri Lanka. Can he clutch this?
No, I guess, because from far ahead, there's someone shooting towards Sri Lanka from Chinese Taipei. So really, really honored to have Sri Lanka for the IESF 2022, but they need to send back to lobby. And this is Jordan that we are talking about. They are having their confidence. And for the close combat, Late and also Gaga, Isawi, they are really good when it comes to the tag team, teamwork, when it comes to committing towards another compound, take over the compound and becomes their defense, becomes their fortress.
Now this is giving upper hand to a side of Jordan, but they're not done and dusted yet because it's not a team coming by and just going to pass through. I'm not sure if they're going to welcome the guest or not, but the side of Iraq and also Saudi Arabia, they're all trying to rank up their eliminations while they can as well. Speaking of the Turkey, they are not doing so well in this tournament, even though they are one of the best in the world right now. But maybe it's just a try experimental stuff going on their side. It's going to be on top of water treatment for the next circle that pops. Whoever's right on Chris DeVille have to hard shift towards the left side of the map entirely. Can't get spotted out the players coming up from the Turks. But they do have coming from behind one team entirely different. I think that's going to be Maldives, having their eyes watching like a hawk towards the side of Iraq.
Ooh, that was spicy. But I think even Iraq, they're reducing their momentum. They're reducing their tempo because usually Kalaga will be the one who opened the fight, following by Volt maybe, because these two players, I guess, quite aggressive when it comes to Iraq. But they are just won this position. They are already scoping towards the next objective. I think they want to go towards an abandoned compound on the central part of the lower ground, but yeah, we'll see later because a lot of them really conservative. They do not want to intend fighting at the third circle, just laying around at the compound that they have. And Brunei still outside, still far from the circle. Even they just managed to arrive at the circle, and they still go further because they're still not safe yet. The region that they are now is not inside a circle, I guess, because you can see from the minimap they still have a lot of ways, a lot of time also to go toward the circle.
That's true. We even saw how they just put up their gas just now, coming up from Chris DeVille on the right side, coming down from the Impala upwards with Chris DeVille. But they're taking their own sweet time, a lot of gas and patrol, just to make sure they have their own time to not being ambushed. I think that's a smart move still. All they need to do is just hang on, not to be one of the first few teams to be eliminated early. But for Pakistan, they have nothing else to lose there. They're definitely going all out, saying good for Maldives.
Ooh.
Who's going against the side of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, it keeps it going. They don't have a candle for the position. Too much at stake, but they're still willing to do more. And that's K-Town taking on Marv. TQ also taking on Toxin. Two teams going against Maldives at the moment.
Yep. Kazakhstan is one of them, and I think they're closing the gap towards the Brunei Darussalam. And look at the movement from Kazakhstan. They are so committed. They are having the confidence because they knew most of the players already being knocked out, but not far ahead from the Kazakhstan players. Vietnam is having the war with Brazil, and even Brazil, the next team being wiped out. What a good coordination coming from Vietnam. But the war isn't over yet. Even Kazakhstan, oh my God, what a short time. Going to the next war, after war, and Kazakhstan wiping out again one more team, which is Maldives, to the lobby.
This is Kazakhstan showing off a statement to a sort of the Brunei Darussalam team saying that we are going aggressive. If you guys want to play conservative, it's not safe either. Because why? If they get more elimination this time, they're breaking the record, getting a 20-ish sort of elimination. They definitely will take down the teams of Brunei to us in their palm. They can just snatch away the crown, but we're not done yet. That's play zone. Finish off the Bruneians. What is happening? Are they being gatekept? Shako finish off by safe zone as well. As Spain versus the Chinese Taipei. The Chinese Taipei tried to keep the boat afloat. There are 2 downs bleeding now as Shock and Schwan try to make plays towards the team. Pharaoh on his knees as well. Taking on one. Chang Fu making plays here. Vaz the next one to be his contender, but he's taking it on sweet time. Building up the smoke. But what is happening to us, the Brunei Darussalam team here?
Yeah, 2 players suddenly being sent back to the lobby. There's no one can revive them. I don't know, maybe there's a shot, there's a gatekeeper near them, giving them a lot of damage because they suddenly going to the north side. Meanwhile, the zone, the circle is shifting towards the southern part. And speaking of which, Jordan really stepping up their gameplay. Even right now, they're fighting with Indonesia with the same, I guess, momentum and mentality to play the best of them at the last game. They're trading for the knockdown, but Willie Aja, I think, can't be revived, and late suddenly becomes the default setting for this person to be aggressive, not only with weapon, but also with vehicle. 1 elimination, adding more to Team Jordan.
This is not great. The one might actually winning this is going to be Kazakhstan coming up from behind, because all teams that's contending each other right now. This crossfire is going to be the crossfire of the 3rd place. I'm not even kidding. But for Kazakhstan, oh boy, Chinese Taipei making sure the Bruneians cannot be safe. It's all down to Piassau. Can he get away from this? There's a hard hike coming up from Piassau towards the high grounds here. But he's chugging up the blues and he only got 2 band-aids. This is not great because Kazakhstan keep it going when it comes to 4 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, it is not only not great coming for Brunei, it's already at the low HP Piassau. Piassau is the hopes and dream for Team Brunei, and I think the bandages, oh my God!
Oh my goodness me! Holy smoke! Oh boy!
Oh boy, oh boy. Brunei, without any point, being wiped out at this game. So the momentum right now is back to Kazakhstan. Even Kazakhstan right now quite aggressive for the Vietnam player. 1 already being low HP, and look at the position. Kazakhstan really doing well. They have the Saudis area without any contender, without any backstabber, even adding more for elimination in the pocket of Kazakhstan so far.
They are definitely motivated right now. We can see they're smiling on their faces as they realize the highest contender, the #1 spot, is open for them. While Chinese Taipei taking on all the teams that they can actually see, Iraq taking on Chinese Taipei from the back. Now the Iraqs want to take down the 3rd place. Definitely, they are very close to getting in. Arthur taking on Chinese Taipei as well. It's going to be Egypt and Iraq taking down to a side of Chinese Taipei. They have nowhere to go, but the circle shifted towards Indonesian side, but it's spotted out for South Korean team. Arthur having another go against the South Korean.
Oh my God, this is suddenly a change of the pace, change of the gameplay and condition as well, because, you know, team like Jordan, Egypt, maybe they're not performing quite well for about a few games before, but suddenly at the last game, look at how dominant Jordan with a 5 elimination. Egypt even just wiping out all the players from Chinese Taipei. So that way is still so interesting going for the last moment. And look at Kazakhstan, what they did before is so amazing. They already sent one of the players to the zone, but back to the Iraq and Saudi side. And Nate, not only one, this is the second one going to the Saudi. Prestige already being knocked down. Look at Vol, really aggressive, really confident, taking back with the AK. But the movement from Dani is too good. It's too good with the weapon, with the timing. Still, one of the players from Iraq being taken down, and I think there's no revive can be happened.
Kalaga just gonna reset himself, and Pakistan still fighting back. Saudi Dami is on the brink of death as well. All these are top contenders for the number 3 spot. So open, same gates for the second place as Kazakhstan keep on raining down as well. Payne taking on towards the side of Dami. He's got Imano. Demano Payne is on his knees. Where is Boss? And now Kalaga coming up from behind, backstabbing them. Dami! Oh, there's nowhere to go. Saudi giving away their third spot as well. This is open for everyone.
Iraq, Jordan is on the way to conquer any elimination that they need because the gate towards the top 3 is still open. Saudi being taken down. And then right now Iraq with an aggressiveness. Look at Kalaga. It's a close comment coming from Kalaga. The classic one with the barrier, but Iraq lost another player by fast. The player from Pakistan. I don't know. The other 2 teammates from Iraq is still far behind. We can't see any more backup right now from Iraq. But at the aerial view, the player from Indonesia maybe just took down one of the players from Team South Korea. But Puncher right now, close combat between him and also Jordan and Ragnarok. What a good shot, even being confirmed into an elimination. So Kazakhstan just left with only 2 players.
This is too much at risk. High risk, high reward, yes. But is Kazakhstan willing to give away the number 1 spot if they've been eliminated here? Axel on different angle, taking on Big Star. Now, who are the rest remaining? With 7 teams left, the circle pops in less than 5 seconds here. Indonesian in the center. We do have Turkey taking a bit of a shot from Daku's side of Pakistan. Now, they want to move forward. The one player left for Indonesian team. They got themselves the circle right in the center, but it's an open field of water treatment with only haystacks and a couple of hills in between. Now Kazakhstan down left with Axa and also 6. They have to be extra careful because the Jordans can wipe them off their feet as well. The Jordans on the run and still running for the top 3 here.
And also do not forget, Kazakhstan is really one, the top 1 or the champion, even though Brunei already being wiped out, but we do not know the exact gap point between Brunei and also Kazakhstan. With only 2 players, this is too risky for Kazakhstan. They really need to calculate well. Is it worth it to go toward the circle now or become the latest one and become or try to become the backstabber? But back at Jordan's side, they are so aggressive. 7 elimination already collected by this team. And another team being wiped out. Vietnam sent back to the lobby. Top 6 so far. Pakistan, Jordan, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Indonesia, and South Korea.
So all the teams are still open up the space towards the top 3 here. Vars and Dak coming up from Pakistan. Trying to hike up. Big Star's getting on lots of Turkey. And it's currently 1 knockdown for now. Stalker being finished off by Big Star from the back line as well. Down to only 1 last player, but lucky enough they got themselves the small shack to recover. Jordan Gaga repositioned towards the side of Pakistan just next to it. They heard the gunshot just now. They want to go for the rush. But in the meantime, they have to be extra careful. Nobody's going to backstab them from behind because Kazakhstan is just a whiff away. It's just a sniff away. Easily be taken off by the side of Kazakhstan. Look at the elimination points. Pakistan is actually leading in this match.
This is a total different Pakistan because a lot of elimination. They are not just defending, but they are so aggressive. A proactive movement coming from Pakistan right now. Daku still with a low HP. He needs to recover himself. But Turkey suddenly becomes the shooting gallery, not only from Indonesia. A lot of shots coming also from the other team. And top 5, South Korea sent back to the lobby right now. Jordan, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and Indonesia.
Kazakhstan, can they take number 1 spot in the last minute here? Vars going forward. There's a smokes galore here right now. Every single team open up their smokes. Titan being, Axa being actually knocked down inside of Turkey. And this is not great, but they definitely have enough, I think. I'm not sure about the points here. I don't want to spoil and just spill off the bean. 6 taking on Solas. They're going to exchange on nades here. Gaga taking on Daku. Gaga going forward. Lust taking on Axa. It's going to finish off Titan. 6 finish off Solas. In the meantime, he's getting 4 for Jordan. Can they still make it for the top 3 for Jordan's side?
I think it's a big percentage. And look at the movement from Jordan. They are committing towards the player from Pakistan. And Pakistan being wiped out top 4 situation right now. Meanwhile, Jordan still with 4 players This is a big deal for them. Turkey being wiped out the top 3. Jordan, Kazakhstan, and Indonesia. Look at what Jordan do right now. They're splitting. They want all the vision. They do not want to be backstep, and they want the elimination because they are the only team right now, the closest one to Saudi Arabia, which Saudi at the top 3 so far, but we do not know about the gap point. So let's see the result of this map.
Everything in their conditions right now. They got the circle, they got 4 men, they even got double upgrade of loot, double airdrop for the Jordans. What else do you need to win this? Everything is theirs. They got everything right now. The one that actually need to move is going to be maybe from Indonesia. He's not even inside of the circle. Last player coming up from Kazakhstan, 6 in the same boat. They got the elevations as well. Jordan, all they need to do is just tiny pick to us maybe. Or even 6 over picking. Sawi spotted out coming up from Kazakhstan here. They want to move forward. Maybe he spotted out as well with that buggy. Will be finished off in his own smokes right now. 6 cooking up the nade ticket. Oh, maybe it's down on third place. It's Sawi finish off. And it's going to be 6 against the entirety of Jordan here.
Yep, this will be not easy, but yeah, Jordan closed the game with the winner chicken dinner. We just doubt where is the performance coming from Jordan, but suddenly they show it all. This is the most creative team, in my opinion, when it comes to the first day of the grand final. They are not performing too well when it comes to the second day, and suddenly the last game they become the collector of the additional chicken dinner. And you know what, Juju? I just having a lot of calculation inside my mind, so this will be quite unexpected about the top 3, but
don't spill the beans.
Yeah, we are still waiting because this is so unexpected. I think I will use my word since the beginning of the play-ins for the IESF. Expect the unexpected.
I agree. The fact that in the last minute, the Bruneians trying to avoid unnecessary conflicts since the start. Just being hunned down, being gatekept by Chinese Taipei. The entire team being finished off by the Blues, and they try to avoid as much already. But there always somebody's watching them. Not just that, it was the last match. And everything seems to be topsy-turvy because why? Even Saudi Arabia, who's actually in the run for the top 3, being finished off early. Kazakhstan almost joining in that fray as well. Lucky enough, they maintained that 2 players remaining with them and survived till the top 3.
You know what? I have a lot of enjoyment when it comes to the IESF. I do not expect the result will be kind like this because, you know, it's kind of, yeah, he will be the number 1, he will be number 2, he will be number 3, but suddenly it changed it all. Even when I doubt about where is the Jordan performance, I do not see them for about 2 days, and suddenly the last day.
You don't see it for 3 days.
Yeah.
It's only in the last match.
It's only at the last match. Suddenly it changed a lot. It changed a lot the condition, and I'm really curious about the total points. But yeah, before we are going to the final result, we are going to see the highlight of the game. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the highlight of the last game. Miramar, for you.
Let's relive the last moment of the entirety of the World Esports Championship. This is going to be our last highlight, our last flashback. If you missed this, I don't know what else to say. Have you been in a cave? But what an ending. It was so unpredictable. Like, the point gap is just so little. At this point, I'm not sure who's taking the 3rd spot. I'm not sure who's taking the 1st, and I'm not sure who's taking the 2nd. How much the gap? Is it going to be a tie? Is the tie going to be differentiated by the side of chickens and eliminations? How will it be a draw at the 3rd place? How would it feel if you're in their shoes right now?
I mean, from what I know, according to the rules, after the chicken dinner, we can see from the placement point, then go to the elimination. But
it's like supposed to be your share. Your share for the prize pool as well.
Because it's only top 3, right? It's only top 3, so yeah.
God.
Especially for the 4th position, I think there will be a lot of regret when it comes to not playing their best at the last game. Because starting from the last game, before the last game, we can see the gap is so small, it's so thin. It is less than 20 points for the last game. So, like I said earlier, if you got the winner chicken dinner, especially with a lot of elimination, it will change it all. So Jordan, maybe one of the few contender can still go to the top 3 because the chicken dinner, the double digit elimination. But yeah, we'll wait for the official because they're still counting. And here comes the Jordan teams, 26 total points, following by Kazakhstan.
I think we kind of know the numbers for the few teams right now, especially. I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys because you know some teams are not having, especially Brunei. That is detrimental for them. On the side of Iraq, well, you know what? This last match, there's so many wild cards. Vietnam was a wild card.
Yeah.
Chinese Taipei was a wild card.
Pakistan is the wild card.
They just have this random ripple. Changes the entire tide of who takes the crown away.
So,
oh my God!
You know, ladies and gentlemen, we just received the information about. Yeah, you will see later.
I would cry.
We will announce it.
I want to cry.
But again, back to the game first, Chuchu. The overall statistic, I think it's kind of...
And we don't care about this.
We don't care about it anymore. Yeah, 4 airdrop looted is good. Yeah, but yeah, we just want to announce this because it's a total change of the...
To the last wire. This is to the last wire, literally. This is like... You know what? They did everything right throughout the entire tournament for some teams. It just happened the last map to be just so minute, but so detrimental. Changes everything. It's just so punishing for these teams. You know what? I don't have the heart to even announce this anymore.
Yeah, especially for the top, for the...
Oh, goodness me. I feel so bad for them.
Yeah, so the MVP... Oh, Faz!
Just
finally from the Pakistan. 5 elimination. Give shout out, give the claps to Faz from Pakistan. 1196 total damage, 276 total heals, and here we go.
Yeah, Faz, our MVP for last match. Remember this guy. Because he's one of the guys will ruin your dreams in the last minute.
Yeah. Especially for some teams, you know.
Definitely for that team.
For that team, yeah. As that quote-unquote team. But Pakistan, if they play like this since the beginning, if they have this confidence, they just... Yeah, do the war,
Jordan,
do the fight. Same goes to Jordan.
I think everybody that actually performed the last match, if only they played like this the first day and the first match, it will be very different.
But I think this is the art of Battle Royale. You really need to see up until the end to see what is the end of the result. You know, you can't just predict from the third game. Yeah, this team will win the game. I mean, when I did a cast for about 3-4 years, I think kind of this happens a lot, especially I
think this year the most.
Yeah, this year the most. I guess this year I know. Because not so long before, right? 1 point gap, then not going to the grand final. You know, I'm kind of hurtful too because VVP is one of my favorite teams.
Today is like the same thing here.
Oh.
So are you ready?
I am ready. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what you are waiting for because in a short time, we are going to announce the top 3 of the IESF 2022, the World Esports Championship for PUBG Mobile. Chuchu.
Yep. First and foremost, you're definitely going to announce it from the last. Oh, not really. The only team that get the prize pool.
Okay. All right, Chuchu. Let's go.
For the third place, we're going to announce it for you guys for third place in the 14th World Esports Championship 2022. So close. The point is so similar. It's just one chicken to differ them all. It's going to be welcome, Jordan!
What a strong performance. The last game changed it all. Change it all, the chicken dinner. A lot of elimination. Congratulations, Jordan.
And in the last minute.
Yeah. And next up, the runner-up. Starting strong. Maybe there's an ups and downs, but still a very strong team. there is no PMPL at their country, but they prove us the great gameplay, a consistency even, and a really good teamwork, especially today, showing us a good quality at Sunhawk. Can we do it now? The runner-up of IESF 2022 World Esports Championship PUBG Mobile. Please welcome Brunei Darussalam.
Congratulations to Brunei. They fought so well and been grinding all the way. But we're down to the last spot. The crown, the king, the #1 for 14th World Esports Championship 2022 in Bali. They've been fighting till the last breath. All the way for #1 spot for that lion's share of $50,000. None other than we're gonna welcome that #1 for the world best in 2022. Please welcome Team
Kazakhstan! Last game, they are changing the situation, ace things up, and got the champion. $50,000 is the prize for them. But again, up until the last game, they are not done yet. The spirit is there, and they prove it to us. And maybe, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end session for us, the casters who accompany you from the play-ins towards the grand final. Thank you so much for watching us, and so sorry if there is a lot of mistakes coming from us.
Yep, and sorry for any shortcomings, but we're not done yet because we're super excited to see our champions in the 2022 Team Kazakhstan must go, our host, take it for one last time.
All right, congratulations once again to Kazakhstan! As the winner of IESF 14 World Esports Championship PUBG Mobile. So, I will do the short interview. Boys, wait. Wait. We have to do the interview first. Okay? You guys can English? No one? Little bit? Okay, you hold the microphone. You hold the microphone, okay. Yes. Yes, okay. They want to speak with their language? Okay. So, what do you think about this game today? For today, what do you think about this game? Do you want to? You have any translators? Okay. Yes. Please come. Yeah. It's okay. So, what do you think about the game? About the game today? Yeah.
Ассалаумағалейкум қазақ елі. Бүгінгі ойынымыз, өзіміздің ойынымызды ойнадық. Играли свою игру, короче. И все, и выиграли.
Hello for everyone. They played their own game, and thanks for everyone for teams that participating here.
Who is the strongest opponent of all the teams from this grand final?
Отсутствие? Бруней, топ-2 Бруней, они до конца боролись с нами. За это им большой респект. И Саудовская Аравия, в общем, все команды сильные, все достойные. Особенно турки.
Thank you for Brunei that we're fighting till the end, and also for Saudi Arabic team, and for all other teams also thanks. Yeah. And Turkey also, yeah.
Turkish!
Final question. What do you want to say to your family, your fans, your teammates maybe?
Біздің көрермендерге алғыс айтамын. Нашим подписчикам спасибо, короче. Фанатам. Что еще сказать?
Всем от души. Антон, хорош!
They would like to say thanks to their fans, to like subscribers, and and Alga Titan, yeah.
Okay, that's all for today, guys. So we will have an awarding ceremony for tomorrow on Earth stage. So congratulations once again, Kazakhstan, as the king of IESF 14 World Esports Championship on PUBG Mobile. So once again, guys, thank you once again and congratulations again for Kazakhstan. So we will do the closing ceremony. So you can go back to your seat. Thank you once again, sir, for translating. All right. So we will have the closing ceremony for tomorrow, also the awarding. And once again, thank you to all of you guys who watched the match from day one. Thank you. Also the casters, Donna Visca, El Doge, and also Chuchu. And all of you guys who watched the PUBG Mobile on Fire stage on IESF 14 World Esports Championships. So that's all for today. Thank you. I'll see you around, guys. Goodbye.
It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. my game. It's my world.